Go ahead.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today is Monday, September 27th, 2021. Commissioners Court is meeting in regular open session. This morning, we're joined by ASL interpreters Dario Garcia and Selena Salum. Commissioner Holguin, would you like to introduce our pledge student this morning?
Yes, thank you. So this morning we have with us Sydney Reinpold, who is an 8th grader at Eastwood Middle School. Good morning, Sydney.
Good morning. Can everyone please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and Texas Pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Texas Pledge. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you for joining us today. You have a wonderful day.
You too.
Thank you, Sydney.
These are
Next, we'll receive an invocation from Pam Ferroni.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners, and all who are listening. Please feel free to join me in this prayer. Almighty God, Adonai, on this new day, we invite your presence into the proceedings of Commissioners Court. May thoughts of you and concern for your principles and precepts be the guiding force of all that is said and of the actions that are taken. We submit ourselves to you, O God, our creator and the author and finisher of our faith. Please forgive us where we have gone astray, for your word tells us that all we like sheep have gone astray. Take your shepherd's staff and gently lead us back onto the path you have mapped out for our lives. For we declare you are our good shepherd. We shall not lack. You make us lie down in green, peaceful pastures. You lead us beside the still waters, for it is difficult to drink while the storms are raging. You restore our often weary souls. You lead us in paths of righteousness for your name's sake, and not because of anything special we have done. Yea, though many have walked through the valley of the shadow of death, we will fear no evil, for you are with us always. Both your rod of correction and your staff for gentle guidance bring us comfort. You prepare a table for all who love you and bear your name in the presence of our enemies. You anoint our heads with your oil of gladness and your healing balm. Our cups of blessing are overflowing. Surely your goodness and your mercy shall follow us all the days of our lives, and we will dwell in the house of the Lord forever, in your kingdom without end. We declare and decree these truths in the mighty name of our Savior, Yeshua HaMashiach. Amen, and so be it.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Froney. Always such a great pleasure to have you here, especially in our times and our situation. We thank you and hope you have a wonderful week. Thank you.
Thank you, Pam.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Judge, do you have some opening comments for us this morning?
Yes, I want to thank all of you for being here, but I'd like to start. There's two very special people, and I'm going to ask for a moment of silence. The first one is John Ceballos. He has, been the chairman of the Benavides-Patterson Airborne Unit, an incredible partner of us in veteran affairs, has done so much, and it's sudden to hear about his death. He has been such a great gentleman and always very convenient to call him and know that I connect with the rest of the veterans here in our community. And the second one, as you know, pretty heartfelt, Dr. Natalicio. What an individual, what a legacy that she has done, where you see the university where it's at now, and her impetus and energy, everything she did was just amazing. I recall being on a tour with a lot of elected officials, and people would come our way and we thought, oh, they're trying to reach us or trying to move us away because they wanted to talk to Dr. Natalicio. And the number of people that reached out to her to thank her for what she did, they had some kind of encounter with her, and always was extremely looked at as someone that cared for our community. So very going to be missed. She left a lot of things for us to do and a lot of expectations. And I think of anything that we need to do to honor individuals is to, approach our life the way she would. And that is that we get our young people to stay in El Paso because we have jobs. We get them, we train them, we educate them. We have some of the best students in the country. And they leave us, and we want them to leave, but we want them to come back. And she always was building the, really setting it up for having the best students ever in any community. Now it's up to us to make sure that we hire them and that we have the right jobs for them, and we're doing a lot to do that. So hopefully in her honor, we will have some great individuals and students from UTEP staying here and being part of our community. So I ask you respectfully for a moment of silence. Thank you very much. And looking forward to it, we have some great people in the audience today. We have some amazing resolutions. So on behalf of our commissioners and myself, we welcome you to Commissioners Court and feel really good about this participation. Resolutions are just, it brings in, highlights the best of El Paso. So it's got to be, for all of us as commissioners, so one of the most important part of our task is to be able to recognize all these amazing individuals and institutions. So I thank you for that, and we'll continue Commissioners Court. I keep looking this way, but he is actually online. Caesar.
Thank you, sir. Item number 4 is the consent agenda, composed of items 4A through 4Z. Are there any items that members of the court or the public would like to pull for individual discussion?
Hearing none, move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 5A, resolutions. Approve and adopt a resolution declaring October 2020 as Cybersecurity Awareness Month in El Paso County, Texas.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. I have the honor of reading this resolution into the record. Just want to thank Rodney Blunt, our Chief Security Officer here at the county, and Chris Stathis, who is ahead of that, our IT department. And so I'll go ahead and read this, and hopefully they're here to make a few comments. Whereas the County of El Paso recognizes that it has a vital role in identifying, protecting its citizens from, and responding to cyber threats that may have significant impact to our individual and collective security and privacy. And whereas critical infrastructure sectors are increasingly reliant on information systems and technology to support financial services, energy, telecommunications, transportation, utilities, healthcare, and emergency response systems. And whereas the Stop, Think, Connect campaign serves as the national cybersecurity public awareness campaign implemented through a coalition of private companies, nonprofit, and government organizations, as well as academic institutions working together to increase the understanding of cyber threats and empowering the American public to be safer and more secure online. And whereas the National Institute of Standards and Technology, NIST, cybersecurity framework has been developed as a free resource to help organizations, large and small, both public and private, to improve their cybersecurity practices through a practical approach to addressing evolving threats and challenges. And whereas maintaining the security of cyberspace is a shared responsibility in which each of us has a critical role to play, an awareness of computer security essentials will improve the security of El Paso County's information infrastructure and economy. And whereas the federal government of the United States of America, the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, the Multi-State Information Sharing and Analysis Center, and the National Cybersecurity Alliance all recognize October as National Cybersecurity Awareness Month. And whereas all citizens are encouraged to visit these websites mentioned above and the Stop, Think, Connect campaign website, which is www.dhs.gov/stopthinkconnect or www.stopthinkconnect.org to learn about cybersecurity, to put that knowledge into practice in their homes, schools, workplaces, and businesses. Now therefore be it resolved by the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court that the County of El Paso recognizes October 2020 as Cybersecurity Awareness Month in El Paso County, Texas, signed this 27th day of September 2021.
Commissioner Holguín.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
I think I see Mr. Blunt on there. Mr. Blunt, would you like to go ahead?
Good morning. Thank you. I'm your Chief Information Security Officer, as you just announced. So I would just like to take a minute to say how important it is that we recognize these types of things. And I do appreciate, again, your recognizing October as Cybersecurity Awareness Month. I would like to add that securing technology is vital to our everyday lives. Technology is a part of everything we do, both public and private. Business depends on it. Business depends on all of these things to deliver the products and services that all of our citizens need. This year, we're going to launch a short assessment at the beginning of October to recognize October as National Cybersecurity Awareness Month. And we'll use this kind of information to establish a baseline for the county, again, individual baselines so that all of our county staff will be able to recognize where their risks lie and where we can focus on additional training to meet those weaker areas. There's also many private and public sector partners that will be providing awareness events throughout this month. And I would encourage everyone to participate in those. Critical infrastructure, schools, businesses, the bad guys are out there. They're getting more sophisticated every day, and we are in constant attack from these guys. And we need everyone's support in learning and educating ourselves and becoming more aware of what we do on computers and the internet and everything that we do. And lastly, I'd just like to say that we will have this year's cybersecurity awareness training campaign that we are all required to take. I'm bringing this up specifically because last year it got a little bit confused on the actual start date and what that really was. So this year we will begin the annual drive for this compliance requirement at the end of October. So the month of October, we'll have lots of training opportunities, some games to test your skills, and then we'll end that with the cybersecurity awareness training campaign. Subject to your questions, that's all I have.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anyone else?
I don't know if anybody has any questions.
Anybody
but
else? Or?
Thank you very much, Mr. Blunt, for being here and for helping us with this resolution. I don't know if Chris Stathis had anything to add.
Chris, are you on
Give him that opportunity.
I am. Thank you, Commissioner Stout, and thank you, Commissioners Court, for approving this. Just a couple of thank yous I'd like to do. The first is to Rod. Rod joined the county a little over a year, about a year and a half ago. He's been just such a fantastic asset to increasing our security and kind of our awareness of where our troubles are. He's been a great team player, and I'm really thankful that he's on board. And then lastly, I'd like to thank the court. The court's vision and support of IT and ensuring that we have a secure environment by providing both the staffing and resources as well as the tools that we need to be able to carry out the very difficult job of protecting the cyber assets of the county. So thank you all. We look forward to some of the cool things we got going this month, and don't click on it, please, if you don't know who it's from.
Thank you. That's some wise
Thank you, Chris and
Wise
Rod.
knowledge.
Thank you for that. As awareness, we've always said here at Commissioners Court, it's the beginning of taking action. And so awareness allows us to understand things that we might not really understand, especially here in our, at Commissioners Court, the delicacy of the information that we have in all areas, in all departments, in all, it's important that the integrity is always maintained. So we thank you for that, and good luck on the rest of the program. Thank you, Chris and Rod.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Item number 5B, approve and adopt a resolution proclaiming the month of October as Down Syndrome Awareness Month in El Paso County. Commissioner Robinson?
Yes, thank you. I'm given the privilege to present this resolution to a group of special people in our community. And Mr. Bracamones, would you read it for us?
Actually, it's going to be Caesar.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Whereas 1 in 700 babies born in the United States is born with Down syndrome, and whereas El Paso County has the highest birth rate of Down syndrome in the state of Texas, and whereas people with Down syndrome are active participants in educational, occupational, social, and recreational circles of the community, and whereas the Down Syndrome Coalition for El Paso invites everyone to kick off the month of October at the virtual 2021 Buddy Walk to celebrate, promote acceptance and inclusion, and raise funds for the Down Syndrome Coalition for El Paso, EPCC scholarships for students with disabilities, and the National Down Syndrome Society. And whereas, for the well-being of all participants, the 11th Annual Down Syndrome Coalition for El Paso Buddy Walk will take place virtually. Participants and donors can take part at epbuddywalk.org. The virtual Buddy Walk will occur on October 2nd and 3rd to bring together individuals, families, and agencies to raise awareness. And now therefore be it proclaimed, the month of October 2021 as Down Syndrome Awareness Month.
So move.
Second.
Second?
Commissioner Holguin,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Judge, Commissioners, we have several people that are going to speak on this subject, but I'd like to say that those individuals, sometimes we categorize people and put in different groups, but it would say that those individuals who have the Down syndrome or productive people in our community. I had the privilege of, for a number of years, being involved with Special Olympics. And you'd be amazed at, in fact, some of them will outdo you, Judge. Just kidding. But who do we have on the camera?
We have James.
Hi, James Heine.
Yeah.
How are you doing this morning? I am the marketing director at El Paso Community College, and we have been a partner with the Down Syndrome Coalition for El Paso and the Buddy Walk since its inception 11 years ago, and we're very proud to take part in this event. The Down syndrome, we're looking for acceptance and inclusion of all peoples, young and old, who have Down syndrome. And one of the fundraisers that the Down Syndrome Coalition for El Paso has is the Buddy Walk. Funds raised go to prenatal assistance once a child is diagnosed, to infant care, helping the parents. We operate a preschool called Every Little Blessing that's on the west side of El Paso that prepares students with Down syndrome to go out into the regular public school system and we're very proud. That's now been in existence for about 6 years. And also, the funds take care of adults who have Down syndrome. We run many services, including like a book club. They all get together, read books, watch the movie of the book. And so we want to take care of people through their whole entire life. El Paso Community College has had over 40 students with disabilities who have benefited from the Buddy Walk because of the Buddy Walk scholarship we've had over the past decade. The Down Syndrome Coalition for El Paso is also a supporting organization of the El Paso Community Foundation. And together, all of us together are very proud of the work we do. We want to help anybody with a disability and with Down syndrome. And we thank you very, very much for proclaiming it Down Syndrome Awareness Month this October.
Thank you, Mr. Haney.
Approximately, how many people you think do we have in El Paso that fall in that category?
I did not have that figure. It's 1 out of 700 nationwide have Down syndrome, and it's actually people with Down syndrome have a third number 21 chromosome, and that can be detected, as I said, prenatally, and that's where we come in and help them, parents, from that step forward, and do all we can. The Buddy Walk, you can join us by going to epbuddywalk.org. You can register to walk. You can join one of the teams. We have many teams that are focused around different buddies. Buddies are children with Down syndrome, and or just donate to this wonderful cause. And we thank you very much, and hope you can look up on the Facebook page for EP Buddy Walk, and we'll be posting videos and pictures of people out around El Paso walking in parks. And we hope next year at this time to be back on the Via Verde campus at El Paso Community College like we had done the 10 years prior.
So that's October 2nd and the 3rd?
October 3rd, right. You can do the walk either one of those days, and we want you to post your pictures and we'll share it with everybody. But you can go online right now and register.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner, any other speakers?
I don't.
No,
Okay.
So I thought,
Mr. Haney, I want to thank you. I've had the pleasure and honor to be in that walk with my nephew Nathan, and very proud to be at that Buddy Walk. It's just unbelievable what happens there. We're also very proud because of our 3 parks having, it's all-inclusive parks that we have at Rissinger and Gallegos and Escarate Park, where it allows everyone to participate, not only the children, but also the parents or the grandparents that have maybe had difficulty in going into some of the parks and some of the playgrounds. So as commissioners here in the court, they've been very supportive of that, and I think that's what we begin to do. And one of the things that came to light as we were doing the groundbreaking is that how much the kids that are able to do these things, how much they learn from getting them together, their own sense of appreciation, their acceptance, so that they can be integrated and they can feel good about being part of our community. So we thank you for everything that you do, and El Paso has to be all-inclusive, everything. If accessibility to everyone should be the key to everything that we do. So Mr. Haney, we thank you for being here with us today. Very much appreciate your efforts.
thank you for your time.
Thank you.
thank you.
Go ahead, Cesar.
Item number 5C, approve and adopt a resolution declaring October 2021 as the El Paso County Employees Combined Charities Campaign Month in El Paso County, Texas.
Thank you, and I have the privilege and honor to, read this into the record, and there's nothing more important. Volunteers and people who care make great organizations. The more people you have in an organization that come together, the better your organization is, and so we're very proud, as you will hear about this. Whereas the El Paso County Employees Combined Charities Campaign affords county employees the opportunity to demonstrate their generosity and commitment to other human beings. And whereas the El Paso Combined Charities Campaign raises funds to help those in need, the hungry, the sick, the less fortunate, families in crisis, and other worthwhile causes. Whereas the El Paso Combined Charities Campaign has raised through the generosity of county employees over $941,879 since its inception in 1994. And whereas the El Paso Combined Charities Campaign set fundraising goals of $50,000 for the year 2021 and encourage all employees to continue to demonstrate their commitment and generosity to care enough to share. Now therefore be it resolved that the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court recognizes October 2021 to be known as El Paso County Employees Combined Charities Campaign Month, signed this 27th day of September 2021.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye?
Motion carries.
Yes, go ahead. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Judge Samaniego and Commissioners. Michelle Cochran with the Human Resources Department. Thank you for adopting this resolution and supporting the Employees Combined Charities campaign. We are very excited to partner with United Way on this great campaign that allows employees to make an impact to the charitable cause of their choice. We would also like to thank our wonderful committee, who consists of Josie Castro, Edith Lujan, Janet Sanchez, Cristobal Guzman, and Nicole Ruiz. The Human Resources Department will be sending brochures and pledge forms to employees via the administrative email, and paper forms and brochures will also be available for employees who work in the field or for those employees who prefer to fill out the paper form. Employees, you can pledge a one-time payroll deduction or elect a recurring payroll deduction for the 2022 calendar year. Additionally, for those employees who would like to donate cash or check, you may also do so. HR will arrange to pick up contributions from departments, or you all may forward them to our office. Our goal this year is to raise $35,000 for this campaign. Our deadline to submit donations is October 31st. At this time, it is my pleasure to introduce you to Deborah Zuluaga, the United Way CEO.
Can I just, a quick introduction? There's no better partner. Everywhere we need anything, Deborah and her team are always there. So Deborah, we really appreciate you being here today and being part of this resolution. Go ahead, Deborah.
Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you so much for letting me come up and talk to you just a moment. I want to thank the county for once again showing why county employees are so important in this community. Their generosity and support at a time when so many of our families are going through so much, to come together and select and be a part of a campaign that is going to raise money not only for families in need of out-of-school time, food, domestic violence, shelter, but also to support the arts and environmental organizations, not only here in El Paso, but throughout the state. So I just want to encourage all county employees to please take a moment, go through the brochure and find charities that you feel are worthy of your support. We are very, very proud to partner, serve as the fiscal agent and the manager for this campaign, but this truly is the county's campaign. This is truly agencies that have been selected by county employees to be included in this campaign. We're proud to serve as the fiscal agent and manager, but we really encourage all county employees to take a part in making our community and our state and our country whole again after what we've been through. So thank you very much, Judge. Thank you, Commissioners. And thank you to the committee and especially to the Human Resources Department for all your support of this year's campaign. Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie. There's no doubt that the years that I've spent here, almost 3 now, going into 3, I'm so impressed with how they always stand up. They always volunteer, whether we have them at the testing or vaccinations or at the Tornillo site, they're always come through. So I know that I heard 35,000, but on the resolution it says 50. I'm sticking to 50, so sorry, guys.
Me too, Judge.
We'll get that 50, and I know we'll go beyond that. So once again, Debbie, thank you for your partnership and everything that we've done throughout the years together. So thank you very
Thank
much.
you, Judge. Thank you,
And
Commissioners.
Michelle
Thank you.
and committee, thank you for everything you do. Let's make this happen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 5D, approve and adopt a resolution declaring Bowie High School legacy origin as the year 1922 and celebrating its 100th anniversary in El Paso County, Texas.
Well, this is especially really a privilege for me to do this resolution. You know I'm committed when I'm a Jefferson Fox and I'm doing a Bowie resolution, right? You know that's really commitment all the way. So Jefferson, please understand. We'll do the same to you. I'm just kidding. I know Jefferson, I always say that while we're in school, we have this rivalry, but as soon as we graduate, we become better than first cousins. And so I'm very honored, and especially Grace and all the other individuals that I've talked to. But this is very special because I don't know if anyone does not have a uncle and brother that went to Jefferson during these 100 years. And not only that, what they contributed to this community and to the nation, especially from veterans, my goodness, it just unbelievable. So I'd like to read this resolution, and I had to do a little introduction because this means a lot to me. Whereas Bowie High School and EPISD representative declare Bowie's 100th legacy anniversary on the year 2022. Whereas Bowie's involvement from a grammar school into a junior high school and then into a high school has caused differences of opinion as to what Bowie's 100th anniversary should be based on. And whereas Bowie High School's principal, Francisco J. Ordaz, and Bowie Alumni Association's board and president, Grace Watson, initiated historical research with EPISD to have an official date on record for past and future generations. Whereas EPISD Representative Director of Community Engagement, Gustavo Reveles Acosta, Nick Corona, Executive Director, Organization Support, and El Paso historian Fred Morales provided research data which demonstrates Bowie's origin, official date as September the 7th, 1922. And was further physical proof as follows: an engraved brick memorial plaque on the historical Bowie building at the intersection of Cotton Avenue and 7th Street, a September 8, 1922. El Paso Times article, announcement of Bowie's first day of school on September the 7th, 1922, to have opened the 472 students. And whereas Bowie High School principal Francisco J. Ordaz, Bowie Alumni Association board and president Grace Watson, Bowie's 50th Breakfast Club president Tony Lujan, and 50th Breakfast Club treasurer Mike Vasquez, retired Colonel Raul Garabay, class of 1948, Martin Luna, class of 1949, Marta Duran Hernandez, class of 53, Rosa Rangel, class of 1956, and exes de la Bowie president Felipe Peralta, class of 1964, are representatives, protectors, and guardians of Bowie legacy, and therefore requesters for the preservation of Bowie and Independent School District research finding that September 7, 2022 will mark Bowie's 100th origin anniversary. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court do hereby recognize Bowie's legacy origin to be 1922, and therefore to celebrate its 100th anniversary on the year 2022. Signed this 27th day of September, 2021.
Commissioner Holguín,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Would please step up so we can hear from. Thank you.
Good morning, County Judge and Commissioners. We thank you so much for this recognition and appreciate your support of Bowie High School and, more importantly, of our students. We're proud to be in this community.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Can you tell us, state your name for the record, please?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. My name is Francisco Ordaz, and I am the principal of Bowie High School.
The principal.
Thank you.
Thank you, Grace.
Grace Watson, President of the Bowie High School Alumni Association. I want to thank the Commissioners Court and County Judge Samaniego. Thank you so much. This means the world to us. It is a historical moment. For generations, as you know, the Bear community has always been very active with Bowie's history. And there's a lot of people behind Bowie. And there were differences upon the dates, and it was time to get together with EPISD to come to an official date to be historically on record for past generations to, be clarified and for future generations that are going to deal with still Bowie's history. I'm very appreciative of EPISD that worked with us, El Paso County Judge that helped us as well. And next year is going to be a historical event. We have an entire Bear Nation behind anything that has to do with the community as regarding Bowie. And we're very proud, very spirited, and we're very glad that next year will be our 100th anniversary. We can't thank you enough for putting this on record for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Grace. Yeah, I have yet to, she's like the benchmark of people that support their school. I mean, she's just been, whether it's, the activities, the Chef Puga, that was quite an amazing feat and what you've done, but always involved. We just talked about charities, and one way or the other, you're always focusing on Bowie being a great contributor to El Paso and its community. Grace, thank you very much for everything that you've done and for working on this. This is a great recognition. I think we have some other gentlemen speaking. Thank you, Grace.
Mr. Arthur Beck, he's the Student Activities Director at Bowie High School.
Oh, excellent. Arthur.
Good morning. Thank you for having us here. I just want to recognize the Bowie past. If you all can stand, please. The Bowie alumni that are all here for this resolution. If you all can stand, and I'd like to recognize them. This is such a special feat. For 100 years, all of the alumni, 100 years of this great city that we've had, Bowie High School. And now if I can recognize the present as well, the students, if you all can please stand, students. We have several students here from band, from cheer, from dance, student council. They're all here, ROTC, they're all here representing Bowie Nation. We can't wait till next year. It's going to be an awesome, awesome year to celebrate 100 years of this great city of Bowie High School being here. And as their student activities, Arthur Beck here, I can't wait for all the festivities to start. And thank you so much for recognizing 100 years, centennial. Also, if I can hear it. 1, 2, 3, guys. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Thank you. And students, you come from a great school. Always make it proud. Every one of us, we know how important Bowie is, and there's a lot yet to be done. And every time you get recognized, you bring honor to your school. And so please, all the time, be proud, be that bear that you know how to be bears, and you know what you need to do. So we thank you for that tremendously. Thank you. I also see Nicolas Dominguez here in our audience. Thank you also for your efforts and what you do here for us. Thank you. If there's no one else, we thank you so much. Yeah, just here at the front would be perfect. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you.
We need more on this side.
can't leave without a cheer. Yes. You can't leave without a boy cheer. Okay, it's yay blue, yay white, yay bears. Fight, fight, fight. Are you ready? Yes. Are you ready? Yes. Okay. Yay blue, yay white, yay bears. Fight, fight, fight. Yay!
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you so much, sir. Jeez, wow. Yes.
The road checks.
Commissioner, if you don't mind, these kids have to go back to class, so I'm going to take them. But thank you once again for everything. I appreciate it.
You guys have to stay out of school for a little while.
Oh, that'd be nice. Thank you. Students, thank you. Great to see the past, present, and the future will soon, another 100 years. Thank you so much. Oh, okay, see. Oh, yes, sir.
Judge, would you like to move on to the next resolution?
Okay, Caesar, we are ready.
Okay. Item number 5E, approve and adopt a resolution recognizing local AT&T technicians for their contribution to the community of El Paso County, Texas.
Thank you, and I'm so proud of, I'm on a roll here with great resolutions, so I thank you for that, and Representative Fierro, thank you for bringing it up, but I'd like to read the resolution at this time, and then we'll have a discussion after that. Whereas a 9-year-old boy who lives in a rural area of El Paso County built his own basketball court utilizing a wooden board and a plastic bucket of paint for a hoop. whereas 4 AT&T employees purchased a brand-new basketball court, an installation of concrete slab, and a new basketball for the 9-year-old boy. To say the least, the boy was overjoyed. And whereas AT&T Manager of Network Services James Ryan, AT&T Area Manager of Network Services Nicolas Farmer, and AT&T Technician Robert Vargas and Luis Sanchez are shining examples of what it truly means to give back to your community. Whereas the compassion shown to the people we serve is an inspiration for us all. Your actions are critical to the success of any organization, so we want to take a moment to remind you how special and valued you really are. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court recognizes Nicolas Farmer, Robert Vargas, James Ryan, and Luis Sanchez for making the lives of our community's children richer by your services. Signed this 27th day of September, 2021.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Representative Fierro and your great team, if you could come up here, Mr. Salinas and everyone else, we'd love to have you up here.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning.
Commissioners, if I can jump in front of these great gentlemen for just a moment. First and foremost, I need to thank you all for allowing us to be here today, for allowing me to present my resolution and my thank you to these gentlemen. It was a conversation I was having with Judge Samaniego, and we were talking about this particular great story, and he allowed me to be here today and steal your thunder and steal your TV time and visit with Commissioner Holguin far away, and present ours. And this is just a great feel-good story, and we spend our day hearing anything but great feel-good stories. In fact, as this developed, one of the technicians here, this was his quote. It reminded me a lot of when I was a kid, said Robert Vargas, an AT&T technician. It kind of shook me because I did the same thing when I was little. I built my own basketball court and made it out of plywood and a bucket of paint. And that's how this developed. These gentlemen were driving, they saw the plywood, the bucket, and this young man playing on dirt, and they invested their own time, their own money, with no other intention but to do good for our community. And this is what our community is made of. Great people doing great things for each other. And thank you, Judge, again, for allowing me to be here. I know that we have some gentlemen that want to say something. We have the Vice President of External and Government Affairs, J.D. Salinas, he's no stranger to El Paso.
Absolutely not.
He was here with a much, much older County Commissioners Court. I mean, many, many years ago. And he was here, and he helped establish and develop the Tornillo Bridge. So he's a great friend of El Paso. If you allow me to let him
Absolutely.
have a few words,
We would love to hear from Mr. Salinas. Thank
Judge,
you.
thank you and good morning. Thank you for having us. I've been at that side of the dais, so I understand that you have a busy morning, commissioners and Judge. I do want to thank you for recognizing our AT&T employees. These are the gentlemen and young ladies and on our team that keep connectivity going. Whether there's a storm or tornado or anything else, they go out and they deploy and they make sure, because without connectivity, there's not productivity. And Ms. Holguin understands that today, right? So these are the gentlemen who are out there in the middle of the night making sure that it happens. So I want to thank you and Representative Art Fierro for what he does at the Capitol to try to keep awareness and try to represent El Paso the best he can, because he does a great job. So again, thank you again for having us here. Thank you for the recognition. And I appreciate you, because these are the young men that leave their families every day to making sure that we have connectivity within the El Paso area. So thanks again. With our $150 million investment the next 3 years that AT&T is going to invest, we're going to make El Paso better. These are the people and taxpayers that appreciate it, and we're here to help in any way we can.
Judge.
Thank you.
Commissioners. Thank you again for having us.
Mr. Salinas, you're a great partner, and we're going to be working on broadband and some other things that are really important. But these gentlemen, that sort of shows sometimes people are waiting for the grand slam, wait till when I'm 80 and I'm rich and I'm a millionaire, and then I'm going to give back to my community. And this is the perfect example of a seed, right? That you planted a seed. You did something on your own. Nobody asked, and nobody, until you got recognized, but after the fact, and that wasn't the idea. But to do something on your own is exemplary, especially as we're moving away from the pandemic, and we've got so many challenges that are coming up. It's going to require individuals to do things like this. A lot of individuals coming together, people saying, I can do this. That was one of the premises of the Healing Garden that we have on August 3rd, is that people would go there, but not to memorialize or just to say this is people died here. But because they died, we're going to move forward, and we're asking that every individual do something, just anything, from opening a door to an elderly person to doing what you did. And that stays with people. And the ones that gain are the ones that appreciate it. When they play basketball there, they're going to know how that happened. It wasn't some fund or, some taxpayers' money. It was individuals wanting to make a difference. And I think that's what we're all about. Going forward here in El Paso, in our community, we have to have everyone doing the kinds of things that you did. So we're very proud and exemplary of what you did for our community. And like I said, it's a seed that's going to get other people to do the same. And if we do that, my goodness, we're unstoppable. Thank you very much.
Judge. And this is just one example of many that we do every day.
Absolutely.
But we really appreciate you highlighting this one because, again, it's an example of our team working out in the community.
Yeah, it highlights one thing of a lot of different things that AT&T does. So we thank you.
And just so you know, Judge and Commissioner, CWA, together with our technicians, we're ready to volunteer in any projects in the community. I don't want to speak for them, but they at any call, if you have a weekend project, anything we can try to help, we're here to help.
Oh,
we're
that's
taxpayers here. We want to try to help.
That's good to hear, because we're running out of, we had volunteers that were over the age of 60 that were always, that's made our community one of the most incredible humanitarian communities, but a lot of them got COVID, they're concerned, a lot of them died, unfortunately, and so now we're looking for the younger population to take over, and it's about time, because we had 200,000 plus refugees that came to our community, and the bulk of that volunteer were over the age of 60, and so now we're looking for these new generations to step up, and so we thank you, because you're beginning to be the example of what we need to do going forward. Mr. Salinas, thank you so
And
much.
it's part of the AT&T DNA, and this team is led particularly by Mr. Farmer, but we're ready to help in whatever we can.
Well, thank you. That's very kind of you, and we're going to take you up on that offer.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Before you.
Yes, Commissioner Leon, please.
Yeah,
As long as Representative Fierro is there with us when we pick up trash, we'll be there.
good luck with that. Judge Salinas, thank you for being here. And I've got to say that when I was a kid, 10, 11, 12 years old, I used to mow lawns. And I had a push mower at first. And I remember trying to mow this lawn that had very high grass. And of course, if you remember, pushing it's hard to cut. And a neighbor of that house came out and loaned me his gas mower. He had no idea who I was, whatever. But I will never forget that. Some years back, I went to that house. But of course, he wasn't there anymore. But what you all did, that person will carry in the back of their mind for their entire life. It made a huge impact on me, and you've impacted somebody's life tremendously. So I can't thank you enough, and thank you for bringing this to our attention. It's something that, it doesn't make the front page, but it really tugs at the heart of the difference you've made in somebody's life. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Leon. Really appreciate your words.
And we think that we lead by example. This 9-year-old we paid it for, is going to go ahead and invest in the future of El Paso too. So
yeah, absolutely.
Hopefully he's a future AT&T employee. So.
Pay it forward.
Yes, that's right.
Judge, can we take a picture?
Absolutely. If you guys can come this way.
Thank you.
Judge Salinas, after we make a resolution like that, the price you pay is you have to stay for the entire meeting.
No, no problem.
I don't know if they told you that.
I thought that when I left 20 years of government.
That was it.
Yeah, but I will follow online for sure.
Okay, good seeing you again.
Yes, sir. Thank you again.
Caesar?
Yes, sir.
We're gonna.
With your,
Yeah, I was just
yes,
gonna.
go ahead, sir.
No, I was just gonna say, we're gonna, on item number 7, I guess we're gonna have the presentation first, and then we're going to have the resolution.
Yes, sir.
That work for everybody? Yeah, okay, thank you so much.
Item number 7A from presentations. Receive a presentation regarding Title 42 and its impacts by various legal advocates and organizations.
So, thank you, Judge and commissioners. We have some folks here to give us a presentation on Title 42, and I requested that they come in and talk to us about this program because El Paso, as we've said many times, has been ground zero for a lot of the Trump administration's anti-immigrant policies, and this is one of those that unfortunately has been continued by the Biden administration, and it's being used under the guise of public health and public safety. However, it's a terrible program that has stripped due process, for example, from hundreds of thousands of folks that are fleeing things like death, rape, and God knows what else in their home countries. And I know that there's recently been a lot of confusion about what this is, and so I wanted to have these women here to give us this presentation. So we have Linda Rivas from Las Americas Immigrant Advocacy, as well as Marissa Limon from Border Hope Institute, and I believe Melissa Lopez is, I don't know if she's going to be joining you ladies, but she also helped, I think, put this presentation together, as well as the resolution that we'll have after the presentation. So I thank you ladies very much for, first of all, everything that you do on behalf of immigrants in our community, and also for being here to be able to shed some light on this subject so we can clear up some of the confusion that may exist within our community regarding this program. Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners, and Commissioner Holguin, virtually. So glad to be here with you today. My name is Marisa Limon Garza. I'm the Deputy Director of the Hope Border Institute, and I'm joined here by my colleague, Linda Rivas, the Executive Director of Las Americas. And we, along with our colleagues at the Diocesan Migrant Refugee Services, are members of the Borderland Immigration Council. We have worked as community partners with each of you. Our organizations are here to serve communities and the people that make up our beautiful region here in El Paso, Southern New Mexico, and Ciudad Juarez. We have helped establish the Frontera Welcome Coalition, which has partnered with Annunciation House since last year to really develop an infrastructure to point to what the county judge recently alluded to, which has to do with providing welcome for migrants and asylum seekers based on a volunteer army. And we know that many of our volunteers have had struggles when it comes to COVID-19 and being able to serve. But we have prepared for this moment to be able to have a safe, orderly, and humane reception of people. To date, we've helped welcome thousands of asylum seekers at our ports of entry through the end of the Remain in Mexico program and some exemptions to certain policies that have closed the border to asylum seekers. We've coordinated COVID-safe transportation with the support of the county and Project Amistad. We've sent a proactive message of welcome to the community and to the nation at various levels, whether it be through media engagements or our recent meeting with Vice President Kamala Harris. We've also partnered with the Office of Emergency Management to ensure sheltering options are COVID safe. Above and beyond, next slide please, our commitments are to uplift the health and well-being, just like yours, of the El Paso Juarez community. We want to make sure that we ensure the dignity and due process of migrants, asylum seekers, and refugees in our community. And we want to advance our common community values that are rooted in human dignity and rights. So why are we here? For months, we've been doing this work. And as you all know, policies are not just words on paper, they are commitments, and they're ultimately about people and the impact that they have. So what we have been witnessing is the impact of a little-known public health code called Title 42 that, as Commissioner Stout raised, was implemented by the Trump administration at the very early stages of the COVID-19 pandemic. Title 42, this policy, this practice, has been an impediment to the well-being of migrants and to our community at large. In very simple terms, this policy harms public health. It harms our binational community and collective commerce. And this policy harms migrant dignity and it undermines human rights. So today we ask the county to join us in calling on the federal government to end the Title 42 expulsion policy. And many of you have seen the stark images out of Del Rio, Texas, where Haitian migrants were being held for many days in very dire circumstances because of this policy. And so it's important that we unpack it and help you understand in its full complexity. Next slide, please. While it was grounded in the guise of a public health response to the COVID-19 pandemic, this policy actually does very little to stop the spread of COVID across the border. Numerous public health officials, countless studies have gone to prove that this program and policy is actually not in the best well-being of communities across the country. We know that asylum seekers are held in very tight settings, and that risks the heightened exposure to any kind of COVID-19 for themselves as well as for the agents that are monitoring them. We also know that the Border Patrol has taken little to no mitigation efforts based on the current litigation as a way to help protect people that are in their custody. Just for a glimpse, next slide please, you can see the comparison. Right now, to get on an airplane out of El Paso International Airport, all you need to do is to wear a mask, and you need to give some kind of commitment that you haven't been exposed to COVID, that you don't have any symptoms. Nothing is asked of you beyond that. And so these numbers parallel the numbers of people that we're seeking asylum, the 88,000 number, compared to the 554,000 number, which is all of the people that have gotten on planes to travel throughout the country. It's important to remember that the right to seek asylum is an internationally recognized law. And this is something that in the times of most grave danger, after the end to World War II, where we committed as a community, as an international community, to make sure we didn't return people to danger. And yet oftentimes this is what happens. Next slide, please. These are the recommendations that the Centers for Disease Control has presented to make sure that there's a pathway that is safe for people. These aren't always uplifted, especially when it comes to Border Patrol facilities. Unfortunately, our efforts have been made to deter people rather than to protect people. We've personally met with Dr. Gandhi, the head of the Chief Medical Officer for the Department of Homeland Security, and have worked to help develop an apparatus to keep people safe. And so these are still points that need to be developed and need to be furthered. One final point that's really important to understand about Title 42 is that it centers around the idea of an expulsion. And so what is an expulsion? An expulsion looks like a few different things. It can look like someone being in Border Patrol custody, a mother and child, a father and their daughter, and them being told, we're not accepting asylum seekers right now, you don't have this mechanism. People are taken to the port of entry and told to go south. And so what that means is that something that the United States had said that we would do, which was to offer the right to seek asylum, is ended. And now our responsibility has become Ciudad Juárez's reality. And as a binational community, we know that the response has to be two-sided. An expulsion can also look like someone being flown from the Rio Grande Valley of Texas, because there's so many people there, in an airplane, everybody is COVID unknown, on that plane to El Paso, not told that they're now no longer in the area that they departed from, and they're told to go south. They're released without shoelaces, which is an instant marker for someone on the ground to know they're a migrant and to make them a vulnerable target of violence and danger. These families are also unaware of where they are, and they often don't have access to their belongings that they may have had. And further, what this looks like for people in a horrific game of sorry, where you pull the wrong card and you go back to the beginning. We've now seen people be expelled not only from one part of the southern border to another, but all the way back to a country of origin, to the remote villages in Guatemala, or to the ravaged country of Haiti. And so it's our emphasis and our effort to request your support. My colleague Linda will continue with the rest of our presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, Marisa. Good morning. My name is Linda Rivas. I am the Executive Director of Las Americas Immigrant Advocacy Center, and I'm very proud to be before you today to speak about Title 42. You look at this beautiful image that I know we all can agree is the beauty of our binational country, of our binational community that is connected to countries. But Title 42 does not uphold this vision. We have had our border closed now for too long. And so I want to tell you a story that I hope will explain to you how Title 42 equals death and chaos in our community. At this moment, there is the body of a young woman sitting in the El Paso County morgue. Her name was Marisol. Marisol and her sister came on a harrowing journey, just like so many, but had no safe way to come into the country. The only way to do so, and it's because of Title 42, they could not present in the middle of the bridge where our CBP agents currently are only able to take United States citizens and green card holders. They would have immediately been turned away. This is leaving people like Marisol and her sister and the Haitian refugees that we saw all over the media in images that have been burned into our minds. It leaves them with this as their only choice, these irregular, dangerous crossings. Marisol was struck by a car on our border highway. She is now, for me as an immigration attorney, to currently be working with her family to repatriate her body is gut-wrenching and something that I hoped to never have to do. But this is a reality, this is happening in El Paso County, and this is because of Title 42. In my years of practice, people were not trying to abscond. They were looking for Border Patrol agents to seek asylum, which is legal. Title 42 has taken this away from them. when you, again, reminding you of those images that are so fresh in our minds of the Haitian families that were so desperately seeking protection, not one of those people was asked if they have an asylum claim. That is the reality of Title 42. Hundreds upon hundreds are being sent to Haiti every single day, while we were able to also receive hundreds that were, through the discretion of Border Patrol, released to our community. We want to see an end to Title 42 so that we can coordinate, as we have been coordinating so well, and so appreciative of this county government who has put welcoming at the forefront. We want to continue to do that. And Title 42 does not give migrants an orderly, safe way to ask for asylum. I want us to imagine, if you can go to the slide, and the next one. I want us to imagine a border, a world, our community, our world, where Marisol and her sister could have sought asylum at the port of entry, could have been received while our border was functioning, our port of entry fully functioning, open to visitors. That is what we want for our own, not only the economy, which we know is reliant upon each other, but also families, education. We are ready to stop the prohibition of visitors, visa holders being able to enter into El Paso. But that goes hand in hand with this use of Title 42 under the guise of public health. When we picture better approaches, full access to ports of entry, functioning ports of entry, testing, medical screening, and vaccinations conducted by CBP, full transparency with the community, with community organizations and shelters, which we're already seeing done, and it was done this weekend. And just finally to really emphasize that when there is a will to do this, the federal government knows how to respond, and they are doing so when it comes to the Afghan refugees. We want, as a border city, to stand against the death and chaos that is Title 42. Our ask of you is to recognize the ineffectiveness and the inhumanity of Title 42. We urge you to support this resolution and call for an end to Title 42, which has already been deemed illegal by a federal court. Keep working with local partners such as us to ensure that we have the resources to support and welcome migrants with dignity and safety. To publicly support policies that enable safe and regular migration that are key to our binational community, and of course, to uphold the legal right to asylum.
Both. Do we have any other speakers on the call or anything that we'd like to hear from?
Some people were signed up to speak,
Okay.
but that was maybe resolution.
They may have signed up for on the resolution, so
Yes.
That's the end of the presentation part, and then if we want to read in the resolution, we can do so, Judge, is that?
Yeah, I was wondering if because we had made a commitment to make sure we hear everyone before we address the resolution, so is there any other speakers or anything that?
Judge, this is Miguel.
Miguel, are
This
there
is
any?
Miguel with IT. We do not have anybody for the presentation. We do have somebody signed up for the resolution.
Okay, how do we,
If
we could hear
Caesar-
from them now?
If Caesar could read in the resolution, then we can hear from them, Judge?
Oh, perfect.
If that
Okay.
works okay for you?
Yeah, just want to make sure we have the sequence.
I just want to thank y'all again for the presentation and for the work that you're doing, the collaboration with our Office of New Americans as well. It's really just a labor of love that you all take upon, and I'm really appreciative of the help that you all give to these folks.
And Linda and Marisa, I just wanted to be clear that you said it at the beginning, it's our lack of awareness and understanding and trying to make sure we know how we're moving in the proper way. not having, really a lot of authority of whether 42 stands or doesn't stand. And so the public needs to know that I don't think there's not one person here in Commissioner's Court, including myself and my background, that wouldn't want to see the best for people that come in. I mean, all of us here came in some way, somehow. And so I just want to make sure that we can have a very candid discussion so that we could learn about, our perceptions and what we're dealing with. This weekend was amazing weekend because, and I know sometimes when I'm supportive of immigration agencies, it sort of sounds like I'm supporting certain policies, but all I refer to is really my interactions with them. We meet every Friday. We've been doing so for about 2.5 years now. And so we get to hear their efforts and the things that they don't have to do. Like this, right now in our community are probably 400 people that would have not been here had they just decided that we couldn't take them. And then it would have been Title 42 all over again. And they would have been leaving our community. And so people like Gloria Chavez that calls me and tells me, can you help me? Is there anything that we could do? And then they went to Ruben from Annunciation House. He couldn't take them, but then they tried to do other things and they ended up taking them. So I just, putting it in perspective is that as we look at policies and Title 42 separate from some individuals in immigration, I don't want to discourage them when they don't have to do the things that they have to do. A lot of them, they could actually leave them at the bus port or at the bus stations or at the airport, and they're making every effort to make sure that they do that. So I just don't want a negative connotation on our agencies as we talk about Title 42, because I think they try their best to help us, and I think all of you have said that one time or the other. Also, because Commissioner Holguin has such expertise in immigration, and her insight, I think, would be very helpful, not only to us, because we're the moving parts here, we're in the middle, and I'm still confused about a lot of things as to, protecting our community versus allowing these things to happen. And so I'm going to welcome Commissioner Holguin to sort of give us an opportunity. So I don't know, Commissioner, if you want to do that at this time.
May I make one comment, Judge? I just wanted to offer that we're really appreciative that there's such great alignment with our enforcement agencies here in town. And as community partners, this is our first opportunity to be able to present. And so we are very interested in making sure that our elected leaders have a holistic view, not just from the enforcement angle, but also from the community partner angle. And so if we could also, in addition to the asks that are outlined here, we would love a regular standing meeting to provide fuller context of what's happening in other parts of the southern border with other partners nationally, and to be able to make sure we're making any kind of decisions in a holistic response. And Linda and I, primarily Linda, spent the weekend at a motel that was lifted up through Annunciation House to welcome Haitian migrants. And so
Thank you for
we know
that.
all too well, we're two of us. Behind us stand hundreds of people that are doing this work right now. And so we completely understand the gravity of the situation, the humanity that we're talking about. And it's been amazing to see the people of El Paso, of our county and our community, step forward in ways to offer support. And so that's the kind of effort we're looking for. We did work closely with the CBP and with other officials regularly when it comes to the end of other programs. We work best in partnership, and so we look forward to that. And if the county could help us continue to develop those partnerships, we would greatly appreciate it.
No, I thank you, and Linda, especially your advocacy of actual tangible things like legal things that you do are just amazing. So very proud of that. Commissioner Holguin, go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Marisa. Thank you, Linda, for all of the work that you all do, and of course, Melissa as well from DMRS. It's been an honor of mine to be able to work with you all and your organizations throughout the years. And I just wanted to reiterate some of the information that we received from the presentation. I think it's so important to make sure that our community really understands what these types of programs are, what the results are. And like you said, Judge, a lot of times it's just misinformation, misunderstanding, not having enough information. So presentations like this one are absolutely vital. And so the only point that I wanted to reiterate was something that Marisa mentioned in one of her slides, where it looked at the number of asylum seekers as compared to just regular travelers through the airport. Immigration is cyclical. We go through periods where we have more people arrive and then less people arrive. It's all cyclical, but we can handle it. Our federal agencies can handle it. We've done it for decades and decades and decades. And sometimes if all you watch is the national news, it seems like the border is being overrun and there's no way to process the asylum seekers that are arriving. But we can do it. We've always done it. And so I think it's important to remember that really the number of individuals that we're talking about that present themselves at the border to seek asylum is actually a very, very, very small number when you compare it to all of the other immigrant and non-immigrant classifications of individuals that come to the U.S. So it's definitely something that we can do, and there's an orderly way to do it, and we've done it in the past. Again.
Commissioner, you froze on us, but it looked like you were at the end of your discussion.
Yes, that was just the point that I wanted to make.
Thank you, and appreciate that, because if anything, that what I think, how do I do this, is are we able, and that's a good point, because I'm always thinking, are we able to handle a situation? Is there going to be a point where it becomes less humanitarian because we're not able to handle it, and that we should demand on the federal government, to help us, as you said, like what's happening with Afghans. They've set up properly, and they haven't done that in other situations. But from a local standpoint, I'm always concerned about at what point can we not handle it, and then it becomes a draw to the community that we're not able to handle, but more and more people are coming and creating more and more issues for them as well. So I hope that you do discuss a little bit of that, like, how do we do that? That there's assumptions that by lifting Title 42, that we're going to have a tremendous amount of people wanting to come in, which is, we should, right? But then how do we handle, we've got Afghans, we've got Haitians, we've got all these situations coming at us. And, this community is just unbelievable, but they do burden, they think, Paso can handle it. We know that Del Rio, it got out of hand, it got out of their hands. And I have no problem saying that they're dealing with situations because they don't have the Lindas and the Marisas that we have, and the Ruben Garcias and all of Casa Refugiados, our relationship with Juarez, and it's an amazing. And so what's happening over there, it's lack of coordination, lack of collaboration, but then they decide they're going to send them to us, like okay, we'll make them go to El Paso, and I don't know at what point we're continue to be able to handle them. So that to me is very important, that discussion on, do we become a place where we can't, and how do we make sure that it does happen, that we do have the support system for it. So that's sort of my introduction to this. So Miguel, you want to go ahead and introduce our speakers or public comments? You all have
I think
five.
you have to read in the item.
I'm sorry. I got to get ahead of myself. Yeah, we're going to read the resolution, and then we'll allow for public comments. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Go ahead.
Just real quick, I hope that we're able to help with some of the asks that were brought to us today. I know that we do have those meetings with ICVP and Border Patrol every week, and maybe we can make another request to see if we can have more participation from these ladies, because I think that it's a piece that may be missing that we could, and it would be, I think, a positive thing for everybody on those calls to hear this information and what they're talking about, especially when it comes to capacity issues and others. So I know that in the beginning, when we first when I first talked to the bishop about requesting these meetings, that was kind of the idea, was also to have these folks involved. And I understand that back then, the Trump administration was still in place, and so there was lots of reluctance. But maybe that's a conversation that we can retake with the folks that are on the call, Judge.
Thank you, Commissioner.
So do we need to read in the resolution item? Okay.
Item number 5F from resolutions. Approve and adopt a resolution regarding the Title 42 and El Paso County's commitment and support of refugees, asylum seekers, and the due process of law.
Okay, so I'll read the resolution and then we can hear from folks from the public. Whereas U.S. Code Title 42, the Public Health and Welfare, was used and implemented by the Trump administration and has continued through the Biden administration, a rarely used federal law by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention rule that allows the federal government, through other federal agencies under the Department of Homeland Security, to expeditiously expel immigrants on the basis of protecting general public health and welfare. And whereas of the more than 1.4 million individuals who have tried to enter the country throughout the course of the pandemic to seek asylum, more than 1 million have been expelled into Mexico and other countries through the use of Title 42, overwhelming communities such as our sister city of Ciudad Juárez, Chihuahua, Mexico. And whereas the fundamental opposition to Title 42 rests with the lack of due legal process afforded to individuals seeking asylum by existing United States law, as they are not provided any type of fear screening or action out of an abundance of caution contrary to said laws. And whereas the pandemic can no longer be used as an excuse to utilize Title 42 to cruelly deter individuals from seeking to work through a broken immigration system. And whereas Title 42 effectively cuts off access to safe ways to seek asylum by driving immigrants away from ports of entry to unsafe, unpopulated communities along the U.S.-Mexico border that simultaneously have insufficient federal staff to process and deal with asylum requests. And whereas this lack of safety has arguably led to more migrant deaths as women, children, and men are driven to illegally attempt to enter the country, encounter Border Patrol, turn themselves in to attempt to request asylum, the only real alternative to a legal process, thereby running across freeways, desperate for a chance to live, only to end up struck by a vehicle along the Cesar Chavez border highway right here in El Paso. And whereas our community has witnessed firsthand the capacity and capability of the federal government's will and might through the aid lent to the Afghan refugee population, and should advocate for and expect the same treatment of refugees from Central and South America and from across the world. And whereas this includes thousands of Haitian refugees fleeing natural disaster and political strife in their Caribbean nation, and should be welcomed into our country, but whose treatment instead is sadly indicative of the anti-immigrant sentiment so prevalent in our country, sentiment rejected by El Paso. And whereas El Paso has built a strong refugee support network, which includes the county's Office of New Americans, and has the capacity to help welcome refugees from all over, including the more than 160,000 individuals that have been expelled through the Title 42 locally by Border Patrol. And whereas, unfortunately, there is a hypocritical contradiction between advocating for the border to reopen to non-essential travel to support commerce while upholding and supporting Title 42, because Title 42, as the federal government argues, is keeping the community safe by keeping people out, so too technically does keeping the border closed to non-essential travel. And whereas fundamentally El Paso is a safe, vibrant, welcoming community ready to support refugees from Haiti, Afghanistan, and truly from all corners of the world, including by providing safe, life-saving COVID-19 vaccines, as well as our neighbors from Juarez, who have not been able to see their friends and family for over 19 months. And now therefore be it resolved by the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court that the County of El Paso support the recent federal court's action halting Title 42 as a cruel and unjust process for dealing with our country's broken immigration system.
Thank you, Commissioner. Miguel, you want to go ahead and start our public comments, please?
Yes, Ana Reza signed up to speak. You want to unmute
If you
yourself?
could, the names, please, because
Ana Reza.
Ana?
Ms. Ressa, I just wanted to let you know that you have 5 minutes to speak. You are being timed.
Thank you. Good morning, County Judge and County Commissioners. My name is Ana Reza. I live in Precinct 3. I work for the Episcopal Diocese of the Rio Grande. Our diocese covers all of New Mexico, El Paso County, up to the Big Bend area. Our work in the Rio Grande Borderland Ministry has taken us to be in solidarity with 4 shelters in Mexico, 2 in Juarez and 2 in Ojinaga. We have been part of the Frontera Welcome Coalition. We want to walk them all with dignity. Title 42 in El Paso has separated families as only certain people with certain documents can cross. And Title 42 has caused great harm to people seeking asylum. In the Frontera Welcome Coalition, we heard from our partners share stories of injured people being deported in isolated areas like Palomas, Mexico, deporting mujeres late at night in Juarez. In the shelters we work with in Juarez, there have been people that were flown to El Paso that didn't know they were being deported and going to Juarez, Mexico. The fear and mental anguish that is added by a policy like Title 42 brings more pain to a people already suffering. As a person of faith, I call an end to Title 42 and support this resolution as it brings to light these issues. It reminds us that this is not who we are. We welcome with dignity. Our frontera has a history of these kind of policies. Ya basta. So I hope to, after this is approved, to thank you for your leadership today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mrs. Ressa. Thank you for your time. Thank you. Go ahead, Miguel.
I saw somebody raise their hand on Teams. Alma
Alma
Makitico.
Makitico, I think, is the next one. Yes.
Alma, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Honorable Judge and Commissioners Court. My name is Alma Makitico, and I am a resident of El Paso, and specifically of Precinct 2. I am also the director of the National Network for Immigrant and Refugee Rights, and I am also a member of the Borderland Immigration Council. We are here today to support this resolution in halting Title 42 as a cruel and unjust process for dealing with the complexities and challenges of current migration dynamics. Not only does Title 42 violate U.S. refugee laws and treaties, but also endangers people that are seeking protection. With over 3,250 kidnappings and rapes and other attacks of people that have been documented by various communities organizations. And this is just since the Biden administration took office. Just this weekend, we also met with Sheriff Carrillo of Culberson County, and he explained that the increase in migrant crossings and migrant deaths through the Banghorn area to the Big Bend area were actually, in fact, what he called Title 42s. Our organizations have been receiving numerous calls from communities in Central America who are seeking for their loved ones, which they haven't heard, some of them for a few days, some of them for a few weeks, and some of them for a few months. And it is the work of organizations like mine and other community organizations to really kind of try to go and identify the trails where migrants are crossing so that we can figure out where we could locate at least the remains of these communities. So we urge the Commissioners Court to support this resolution and to allow our county to lead the way among other counties and other towns to urge the federal government to establish the processing infrastructure along the border and comply with U.S. refugee laws and agreements, but also with conventions such as the right of the child, which, many of the most vulnerable victims of these policies are in fact children. And also, these type of policies are really impacting Black and Indigenous asylum seekers. Many of our organizations had called on the previous administration and the current Biden administration to end Title 42 expulsions and restart asylum processes. In the presentation from my colleagues, you will see that there's public health experts such as Johns Hopkins, academics from Johns Hopkins, Columbia Mailman School of Public Health, which have developed science-based measures to mitigate COVID concerns and safely process asylum seekers at the border. Title 42 has also been widely described as the still Stephen Miller Special, and was implemented over objections of senior officials from the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, and has been widely discredited by epidemiologists. So to end my intervention, I want to thank Commissioner Stout for his leadership in developing this resolution, and my gratitude to County Judge Samaniego for pursuing science-based COVID-19 mitigation measures in our community. We hope you continue to support these frameworks as we deal with the complexities and challenges of migration and asylum at the border. We hope that one day we can all work together to build a community that looks at migration governance as a process where people migrate in a regular way and not without an approved or protected status. So thank you very much, and we hope that you support and you pass this resolution. Thank you.
No, thank you, Alma. Very heartfelt. Thank you for your words today. Thank you. Go ahead, Miguel.
As far as the public comment, we just had the first person. I don't know if Commissioner Stout's office had anybody else signed up through their office.
Commissioner Stout?
Sorry?
Did you have any
Any other guests?
Because we've got everybody. So
We didn't have anybody else.
On the public, through the public comment line that we have, we only had the first person.
Okay.
Can you request, or is there anyone
Anyone else on
online or
Teams that wanted to address the court on this?
I just, my staff was texting me that somebody else maybe was trying to call in, but, so let me check with them real quick.
Okay, I mean, I don't know if there's any discussions from anyone in Commissioner's Court?
Okay, they're saying that should be it. Yeah, I don't think there's anybody else. I don't know if anybody else has any comments to make, but I'll move to approve the resolution.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Or was there any further? Commissioner Robinson? Okay, go ahead.
Commissioner Holguin.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Because of the times we're living in today, because of the Delta variant that has been detected here in El Paso, because of the issues that were faced by all our centers, the Annunciation House, I understand, couldn't have handled the, from what I read on the resolution, 160,000. I myself, I don't believe that we could have handled that. I don't think by signing this resolution is in the best interest of our complete community. So my vote is no.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
I'll echo the comments by Commissioner Leon. No.
Judge Samaniego.
I'm perplexed, obviously, because there has to be a commitment of how do we replace it. You know, that we could talk about 42 title going away, but I don't think we're prepared to accommodate that. On the other hand, to me, there's so much more that needs to be done than just a resolution that says, you know, we're not going to, you know, we want it to go away. I'm committed to helping you with Title 42, but with a commitment that the resolution is not the answer, but that we have to really push hard to make sure that we're able to accommodate. There's some things that I hadn't thought about, and that is the number of people that already come through here, or that we've accommodated others, and so maybe the urging of that would be able to help out. But like I said, I'm perplexed a little bit that we don't want it to be a resolution without any teeth. that there's not a resolution that just says here, you know, we just wanted to stop, but yet there's nothing we can do about it as officials. So I'm willing to support that on the basis that it's on record that it's not, the resolution in itself is only a seed and only a way to begin the process, but that not everybody doesn't sit back and say, okay, we've sent a resolution and we're done. And that we do everything possible. I have a lot of faith in our community, so because of some of the things, I rely a lot on Commissioner Holguin and her expertise in immigration and her beliefs in what we need to do to go forward. And so I wouldn't want to challenge that either, so I'll vote aye.
Motion carries.
Linda, Marisa, thank you for all you do. I know it's endless weekend. There's no weekends, right? There's just an extension of Friday. So we thank you because I hear your names everywhere I go. And so, you know, we don't want to leave you empty-handed. I think at least you could take something with you to start this process of making sure that we don't use it to the disadvantage or to the likes of people that don't want immigrants to come into our community. So thank you very much. Thank you.
We look forward to continued work.
Thank you. Caesar.
Going back to the regular order of our agenda.
Thank you.
Item number 6, public comment. At this time, we do not have anybody who signed up for public comment. Miguel, have you received anybody else?
That is correct, Cesar. No general public comment.
Thank you. We'll take no action on item number 6. This brings us back to item number 7B from presentations. Receive a presentation regarding the El Paso County Epic Shining Stars Award, naming the Shining Stars for the first quarter of fiscal year 22.
Betsy, something you love to do, right?
Yes, sir. Something positive for us to start.
Yeah, it's really, I know from your HR background, you're just like dying to come up here and recognize people, so thank you for that.
Thank you. Judge, Commissioners, thank you so much for allowing me about 7 or 8 minutes this morning for this presentation. This program supports your strategic goal to value the El Paso County family, and we deeply appreciate your commitment to this goal. It's a pleasure to present our County Epic Shining Stars for this quarter. The county values are excellence, professionalism, integrity, and creativity. This award is designed to honor those employees who exhibit the county's epic values in an exemplary way to make a difference in the lives of our residents, fellow county employees, and ultimately the county of El Paso. Next slide, please. So in addition to today's presentation, the honorees will receive a framed commemorative certificate, a professional grade digital self-portrait, a flag that was flown over the El Paso County Courthouse, and some county swag. They will have their picture displayed on the 3rd floor of the courthouse lobby as part of an exhibit that displays our mission that these individuals illuminate in the work that they do for our community and our organization. Here you see our honorees from last quarter, which included Sergio Garcia, Danielle Chavez, Lynn Sanchez, and Munzer Al-Jarraj. But this quarter, we're proud to recognize 4 employees that we all know and love. Next slide, please. Sal Alonso. Sal is an Epic County star and is a proven leader who has worked to successfully lead a team with a track record of delivering projects on time and on budget. His project management skills come second to his collaborative work ethic, which have helped strategically position the county as a regional leader in delivery of critical roadway infrastructure. Sal works diligently to provide support and assistance to all team members. He willingly takes on additional duties and responsibilities as the need arises. We are especially proud of his work with our Fabens Airport, which was selected this year as Texas's most improved airport in its size category by the Texas Department of Transportation due to the work that Sal has led to plan and modernize the airport. You see the comment there that Jose had shared. about his project management skills. They just come second to his work ethic. Next slide, please. Jessica. We did give Jessica a week of vacation, so she's not here with us today, but it was very well deserved. Jessica, we all know how much COVID has impacted our operations, but behind the scenes, Jessica was working diligently to make the transition for open meetings going virtual a seamless process, along with our entire meeting team. From preparing the agenda to running the meeting to doing the meeting minutes afterwards, Jessica has had a hand in every aspect of the Commissioners Court meeting. In a little more than a year, she's gone from an apprentice to a public meetings expert, according to Ramon Bracamontes. She can command any public meeting without much direction. She also helps set up other board meetings and is involved in the testing of equipment and in the management of some of the boards, such as elections and purchasing. They do these tests before we even come live so that we don't have any glitches once we're here. This past year, she ensured that all the meeting minutes were done on time. She is also the county's lead trainer on Novus and in working with the public during the public comment period. One thing I wanted to point out is she did this while juggling the struggle that many of our employees have faced, having a young child at home while working remotely. We would often see Mia in the background doing homework while Jessica was here performing a meeting. Jessica's commitment to her team, her dedication, and her positive, pleasant demeanor are what make her an epic county star. Next slide, please. Fernie Hernandez. You cannot read through the county's annual report without noticing how much has been accomplished through our Infrastructure Services Department. And while he prefers to shine the spotlight on his team, we know that Fernie Hernandez is an epic county star. He and his team have been instrumental in the success of many of the public works projects, not only in his division, but throughout the county. Fernie has designed and implemented several improvements to redirect water streams and avoid flooding in many areas, lowering the impact to residents and cost to the county in responding. You can always find Fernie volunteering alongside his staff on Saturdays when they are working for food distribution in Fabens. Norman, I don't believe he's had a full weekend off the entire time of the pandemic. And he worked extra time on projects like building a county float or working on the healing garden. He has definitely earned his team's trust and respect. Next slide, please. Jacob Miles. Jacob's recent participation in a research collaborative with UTEP and the food banks won the county award-winning recognition with UTEP. His excellent work is well known among El Paso community leaders with the census, redistricting, justice, and many other projects that have put El Paso far ahead in data analytics, greatly enhancing our public policy. Jacob's research has also led in part to 2 national awards in criminal justice for El Paso. As you see Joel's comment there, he's an incredibly talented individual who's an excellent researcher and presenter, and we're privileged to have him on our team. We've all also experienced how passionate he is about these issues in our community. These make him an epic county star. Next slide, please. The work done as public servants is important and impactful and often without much recognition or appreciation. Commissioners Court, we appreciate the significant support and leadership you have shown through your goal of valuing the El Paso County family and encouraging us to recognize and take care of our employees. It makes us an employer of choice. Please join me in a round of applause for this quarter's epic shining stars.
You know, Betsy, sometimes I don't have the honor or pleasure of knowing some of our epic stars, but these 4, they have been part of us every step of the way in what we've been trying to accomplish for the last year or so. So very a great choice. It's going to be hard to top those 4 because they've been amazing, and each one of us has contributed. Each one of them contributed to us. Whether it's Jacob astonishing us with his his abilities, or Fernie or Monster doing the everything we need to do out there, and groundbreakings that we get to know what they do, and Jessica, of course, that we see her here with us day by day on our stride. So great choice, and I know congratulations to all 4, and we thank you from the bottom of our heart. Really, it's I've always said, you know, when I'm out there, I know I can stand up for the county in every possible way, and they're going to make me look good and do everything they can for us in our community. So we thank you. So I don't know if there's additional words. Commissioner Leon, please.
Betsy, great choices, and like the judge said, I've worked around them for many years, and I've got to say that they follow the same kind of theory that the entire county does. What ways is there to say yes to this project? How can we make it work? And they all go way beyond what their job description calls for, and make it happen for the court, and more especially for our citizens. So thank you. Great job.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you. And cost effective. They're very, very cost conscious. So thank you, Betsy. Go ahead.
This brings us to item number 8 from Commissioners Court. Discuss and take appropriate action for Local Government Code 81.005, Terms of Court Meetings. A, at the last regular term of each fiscal year of the county, the Commissioners Court by order shall designate a day of the week on which the court shall convene in a regular term each month during the next fiscal year.
Thank you, Betsy.
Judge, Commissioners, this is a statutory requirement. You have generally selected Monday. When we have discussed other dates, there's always a conflict or a timing issue that has come up. So we would recommend you again adopt Monday as your regular Commissioners Court meeting dates for the coming fiscal year.
Yeah, I agree, and it takes some time now. People know not to call me or text me on Monday because they know where I'm at. I don't want that confusion to start, so I'd be one of them that I'd agree on Monday. So, commissioners?
I moved that we adopt Monday as a regular meeting.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
He stepped out, Caesar.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Leon is absent. Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 9 from County Administration. Receive a report and discuss and take appropriate action regarding the CARES Act grant, the Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriations Act 2021, and the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Jessica Garza from Budget and Fiscal Policy. In today's report for CARES, expenses and purchase orders total $24.76 million. Current commitments total $1.4 million, and the overall remaining funds total $1.3 million. $779,000 of the remaining balance is allocated to cover ongoing PPE and operating costs, and the remaining available funds are in the reserve account for the court's consideration. The slight change from the last report is due to PPE expenses and opened purchase orders being closed and payments for constable salaries and fringe. This concludes the CARES report for the week. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you for that. Appreciate
Judge,
it.
I do want to note
Yes.
we are working with budget because we're into the last quarter of the year, and CARES has the deadline of December 31st. So we are working with budget to look at what expenses we can close out and where we can still offset some of the salary expenses that we had incurred but not been able to pay. So just want to remind the court that we'll be bringing that forward in the coming weeks.
Thank you, Betsy.
Any questions on the CARES report?
Not at this time. Thank you.
Next is the American Rescue Plan weekly report. Committed and actual expenses total $14.5 million. This includes the allocation to the Health and Life Fund as approved by the court on September 20th. The allocation for UMC will be added as soon as the auditor has completed updating the necessary codes. And this concludes today's update. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. If I step out, Christina, just for a second, we still have quorum, or do I have to be here because of, there's one? Yeah, so I'm gonna need to take a really quick break, like 5 minutes.
Yes, we need a recess for
So we
5
need a
minutes.
recess for 5 minutes.
Yes.
Okay. Commissioners, court will recess for 5 minutes. It was 11:29 a.m. Okay, ready when you are.
Go ahead.
Commissioners Court has reconvened into regular open session. We are on item number 9 from County Administration. Receive a report and discuss and take appropriate action regarding the CARES Act grant, the Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriations Act 2021, and the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021.
Caesar, I believe there was no action on this one.
That's correct.
We'll take no action on item number 9. Item number 10, discuss and take appropriate action regarding El Paso County's preparation and response for COVID-19.
Judge, yes, sir. We have Chief Rodriguez on the line. Chief?
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Just a quick update on a few items regarding the COVID response. So briefly, and these numbers are pending update from the state. Their website they're doing some updates over the weekend, so these numbers may not be fully accurate based on the numbers that should be updated over the weekend. But this is what we're showing for right now. So as we reported last week, we've reached that 75% goal as a community. We're at 75.67, fully vaccinated with at least one dose. For those with at least one dose, we're at 87.72. We had about 3,700 vaccines administered last week. Again, we expect that number to increase as we get more numbers from the state. The week prior, we were at 7,036. But the primary update for today and for this week is beginning today, the city of El Paso will begin to administer the COVID-19 Pfizer booster by appointment for those eligible adults who have already received 2 doses of the Pfizer COVID vaccine. Individuals recommended for the Pfizer booster are those that are 65 years of age and older and residents of long-term care facilities should receive a Pfizer booster at least 6 months after their second Pfizer dose. People between the age of 50 and 64 years of age with underlying health medical conditions should receive, again, a Pfizer booster at least 6 months after their second Pfizer dose. Individuals between the ages of 18 and 49 years of age with underlying medical conditions may receive a Pfizer booster vaccine, again, at least 6 months after their second dose, and this is based on their individual benefits and risks. Individuals, again, between the ages of 18 and 64 years of age who are at increased risk for COVID-19 exposure and transmission because of occupational or institutional setting may receive a Pfizer booster, again, at least 6 months after their second Pfizer dose, based on their individual benefits and risks. Again, it's important to note that this applies only to Pfizer COVID vaccine and only for people 18 years of age and older. The CDC does not recommend booster doses for recipients of the Moderna or Johnson & Johnson COVID vaccines at this time. Mixing and matching vaccine brands is not currently authorized by the FDA or recommended by the CDC. The FDA is currently reviewing data for a Moderna booster. If and when that Moderna booster is approved, the city will start administering that one accordingly. The FDA has received an application from Johnson & Johnson for a booster of its vaccine, but that's still no determination has been made. So in terms of where you can get it and a few sites that we do have available for that by appointment, the city will administer the Pfizer booster and third dose vaccines for those that are immunocompromised by appointment only at our 301 George Perry mega site location. That's available from 8 a.m. to noon and from 1 to 5 p.m. Monday through Saturday. We still have the El Paso Convention Center open. That's available from noon to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday and from 8:30 to 3 p.m. on Saturday. And then we also have our COVID clinics that are open and available. Those are from, again, 8 a.m. to noon and from 1 to 5 p.m. Monday through Saturday. That's on downtown, on South Stanton, on Remcon Street, Alameda, and Railroad Clinics. To make an appointment, visit epcovidvaccine.com and click the registration form, and they can fill it out and schedule their appointment. Anybody has difficulty there, they can contact our COVID hotline at 212-6843, and they can be assisted in making an appointment through the phone. One final note, we want to make sure that we're using the right terminology and not confusing the third dose versus a booster. It's important to note that the third dose is not considered a booster. The third dose follows 28 days after the initial vaccine series is administered to people who may not have a strong enough immune response after receiving the initial vaccine series. A booster dose is a supplemental dose given to individuals whose immune response has weakened over time and is administered 6 months after the initial vaccine series is administered. Additionally, we've our Power Flu campaign continues to be part of a large initiative that was kicked off earlier this month. You can visit www.bpowerflu.com and you can see various flu events scheduled throughout the city. In terms of testing, we have seen a decrease for demand week after week over the last month, but we still have our permanent testing sites available and appointment free to the community at 3333 North Mesa at UTEP, the Don Haskins Recreation Center on the west side off of High Ridge, and the County Sports Park over on the far east side. Our clinics also, the city clinics, COVID clinics, are offering testing by appointment, and that's at the 9341 Alameda, 7380 Remcon, and 9566 Railroad. If anybody needs any assistance, again, to make an appointment for testing or vaccines, they can contact our 21 COVID hotline for further assistance. So with that, I yield my time. I thank you all for the opportunity.
Chief, just to avoid just to be clear on, first of all, they have to show that when they show up, that they have to show that they had the Pfizer injection, or do you vaccine, or do you have records of that? And then the second part of the question is, how strict is that? Because I'd rather people not show up if they're going to be, they're told not, that they cannot. Let's say Moderna, in my case, I have Moderna and I show up and it's Pfizer. Talk a little bit about that, because I know we're trying to learn as much as we can from our history and experiences. And when people were showing up when they weren't supposed to show up, it created some issues at that point. Talk a little bit about how you're going to handle that, just to make sure for the public.
Yes, sir. Great question, Judge. So in terms of tracking, everybody that has received the vaccine is on the M-Track system that's made available by the state. So we're able to verify individuals that have received a vaccine previously. So we do monitor that very closely to make sure that we're not having individuals coming in for third doses or for boosters for some of the other vaccines. So we do have some vetting that's done on site or also when individuals are registering. So to try to minimize that concern.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chief. I know you're transitioning to another big initiative and very important, and we hope that there's a hesitancy doesn't follow in any forms, because that was very difficult for us when people were hesitant or not. When they follow the process and the age groups and all of that, it makes everything easier for everyone. So we thank you and wish you the best as we move forward to the next phase. Thank you, Chief.
Yes, thank you. Thank you all for the support.
Go ahead, Dr. Carranza.
Hi, good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Thank you for allowing us an opportunity to provide a brief update on the COVID-19 situation in our community. And I would like to open this as a big congratulations to our community. Our community has done a wonderful job by doing with the necessary steps in prevention to be able to maintain the number of new cases very stable, and also hospitalizations have seen a very slight downward trend. So that is encouraging news, and that is due to the participation of the community by doing non-pharmacological intervention, which include the wearing their face mask when they're indoors, but also the getting the vaccine. Now, 3 out of 4 people in our community are fully vaccinated, and that's a great achievement throughout the state, but also throughout our country. We need to continue inviting those that haven't completed their immunization schedule to come and get it. And also, those that haven't received the vaccine, this is the right time to think that the benefits that their vaccine is going to be giving it are going to be outweighed whatever risk that they have heard. But they can talk to other people so they can see that there's nothing to fear about the reactions to the vaccine, that the side effects or that the complications after having the COVID infection are a lot greater and last a lot longer than what they can feel with as far as the reaction to the vaccine. On our scorecard, we're at stage 3 still, which is great, and hopefully pretty soon we can see a stage 4, and we don't see it backwards going to stage 1, which is the worst stage that we can be. A little more information as far as the booster. Chief Rodriguez gave a wonderful presentation on the booster vaccine, and I want to emphasize again that the booster dose is not the third dose, and the third dose is just for those that are immunocompromised, and it's 28 days after they completed their second dose of the vaccination. The booster dose right now is only approved for the Pfizer vaccine, and it's 6 months after they completed their full immunization schedule. Moderna and J&J are submitting their information to the FDA, and even Moderna, I would like to mention that they're having a difference in the dosage to be given as a booster dose. So I received my Moderna vaccine the same as you, Judge, so I'm going to be waiting until we have the emergency use authorization and the recommendation from the CDC and see who's going to be receiving the booster, how they're going to be receiving, and the proper interval between the completion of the whole immunization schedule and the dose of the booster vaccine. There was a little bit of confusion as far as the initial modification of the emergency use authorization after the panel of experts reviewed the data that was submitted to them so they can give the proper recommendation. The government, the federal government, was telling the people that they were recommending a universal booster dose, and it was going to be 8 months after the completion of the first series of vaccination or completion of the vaccination series. But after the experts reviewed the information and the data that was presented to them, they recommended against universal booster dose, but they were very specific as who's going to be having the most benefit of receiving the booster dose. And those were going to be very clearly the 65 years of age and older. And initially they said that 18 to 64 years of age with conditions that puts them at risk of severe complications also should receive the booster dose. But also another one of the discussion was those occupations that would put them at high risk for exposure, which includes the healthcare workers, includes the teachers, includes some other occupations as well. Once the information was given to the CDC and the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices, they also recommended against the universal booster dose, but they also gave that clarification that they did not feel very strongly about giving a booster dose to those occupations, which later on the director of the CDC finally took a stance, and the final determination was that the people that should receive the booster dose was people that are 65 years of age and older, residents of long-term care facilities, which also are considered extremely high risk for complications arising from COVID-19 or death. And we have seen it over and over through some of the outbreaks across the country and across the world. People 50 to 64 years of age with underlying conditions, they should receive the booster dose. The population between 18 and 49 years of age they need to discuss it with the healthcare provider whether they may receive the vaccine or not, because that has to be an individualized decision. But also the CDC was recommended that people with high risk exposure from work should receive the booster vaccine, which includes the healthcare workers, which includes the teachers, but there also has some other service line workers that might benefit from receiving the booster dose of the vaccine. The data that they review was extremely limited, but also they reviewed data from the real world, from Israel, that has been very available and has been studied quite extensively, because they have a very good amount of information on how the booster dose work, since they roll out a universal, now it's universal booster dose, but they started with the older population with 64, I believe, years of age and older initially, and then they rolled down in the age group, but they have a lot of good information. We know for sure that the immunity wanes with time, particularly in those that are older, particularly those that have underlying conditions. And we don't know yet when the younger adults and adolescents without any medical conditions are going to be recommended to receive a booster dose, because we need to compile a lot more data in that regards. What we do know is that we need to continue protecting those that have those underlying conditions, and those that are very vulnerable, which are our senior citizens, 65 years of age and older. Our community has a large percentage of those people with underlying conditions that would make them high risk to develop complications. And as we mentioned over and over in the meetings, we don't have that extensive amount of healthcare resources, so we need to take good care of them, use them sparingly, and we need to protect each other and practice prevention the same way that we've been doing it up to now. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
You know, they've become the front line of defense. You know, they're very vulnerable in their situation, especially when there's unvaccinated children. And so I've been pushing hard that they be considered as you know, at the front end. You know, when we do healthcare workers, they're exposed to as much as anybody else in the same classroom. So thank you for any support you can give the teachers as they're trying to mitigate their challenges there at the schools.
Yes, definitely, Judge. And we've been working very closely with all the schools, and they've done a wonderful job in protecting our children, but also protecting their teachers and all the staff, because they do a wonderful job. The mission is so important, as you mentioned, that we need to continue supporting that.
Thank you, Doctor. Betsy?
Judge, any updates from the court, starting with yourself?
Yeah, I guess the main one right now is, you know, Betsy and I were able to meet with Roop and try to figure out how we're going to, you know, the next steps, especially now that we've reached the herd immunity that was so important, started from President Biden. I thought it was a little beyond ambitious, and we're very fortunate to be there at this point, especially when he mentioned that it didn't include the 12 to 18. And so when you include that, that's quite an accomplishment for our community. We've reached phase 3. We're also very conscientious of what's happening in Mexico, and they're in the green in their tracking system. And so one of the things that is important that people know is that we've really never stopped 100% of our service in our county. We've always been operational. There's been this sort of concept that because we had less staff, that we were not able to, that we were closed in some way, but all we did was move into a different way of doing things and taking appointments, and a lot of departments have been working through this whole time. A little bit of fatigue, as even if you're working from home, it becomes a little difficult. So we're trying to look at something that's very important, and one of the suggestions that we both had is that not to really look at, you know, how do we provide the best quality service for our community and constituents, and then what is that going to take? We're still going to, you know, we want people that did very well, a small percentage, but did very well by telecommuting, working from home, that might continue. The less people we have in our courthouse, the less people on the street, and we add to the pollution when we do that. A lot of things to consider, but they will be bringing it up to the court pretty quickly. as to what you feel as Commissioners Court, as where are we at this point in time in opening our, completely going into phase 3 and then eventually just getting back. And so once again, it is not an easy task because we have a lot of things to consider, but we also want to be a role model, which I think we've been in quite some way. We've been prudent. We've waited. We've had to work with the jury system, and thank God we have Judge Chu and her team and a council of judges that work with us. And so we've been in stride, and they don't need to be, as I need to remind people that they could make decisions on their own as a judicial branch. And so we thank you for that. So that's it. Just looking forward to bringing it back to the Commissioners Court and making a determination as to what do we do at this point in time. Thank you, Betsy.
Thank you, Judge. Commissioner Leon?
No new updates.
Commissioner Stout? Commissioner Robinson?
No, nothing.
Commissioner Olguin?
Thank you, Betsy. I don't have any updates, but I don't know if y'all saw that El Paso was featured this morning on MSNBC as the only county in Texas that's reached herd immunity. So I just want to thank everyone who's been involved in this effort to get our community vaccinated. We still have a way to go, unfortunately. We still have too many people in the county who are not vaccinated, but I just wanted to take a moment to thank everyone at the county, at the city, Chief Rodriguez, Dr. Ocaranza, UMC, all of our community partners who've made that possible. So I don't know if anyone else caught that report, but it was nice to see that, to see El Paso highlighted for all the great work that we've done.
Yeah, received a lot of comments and people very happy and very proud. I mean, the community's proud. That's going to help us a lot because sometimes if you don't, as they say, if you haven't been to the Super Bowl, you don't know what it's like, and we're at the Super Bowl. So we know how to take care of things. We know how to make things happen. So I hope that gives us a big traction towards the booster, and that we don't let our guard down. That booster is going to be vital, and I know there's some moving parts, like if you took Moderna versus Pfizer, we're going to do a lot of that. But I know commissioners, each one of you, really relate that information to each one of your precincts. So very glad to move in that direction.
With that, Judge, that concludes this item. Would you like to continue on the agenda, or do you want to take a break at this point?
No, take a break. We'll be taking our lunch break at this time. We have a lot more to cover, and so thank you. See you in a while, Commissioner Olguin. Thank you.
Judge, is it an hour lunch or is it 30 minutes?
It's an hour lunch.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Or to 1 o'clock, whatever that
Yes,
is.
sir.
Okay, thank you.
We'll take no action on item number 10, and Commissioners Court will recess for 1 hour. It is 12:02 p.m.
To support them. In 2020, the Animal Welfare Department rescued a total of 1,769 animals, of which 231 were returned to their owners and 418 were adopted. After giving the men information about the spayed and neutered services, Heriberto takes the puppies and the little pig to a shelter on the other side of the county, where they will find a family for them.
The name of the rescue here is Almost Home, and it's a big foster affiliate of ours. They help us a lot with our transition, so these dogs don't set foot at the shelter, at the animal services.
After leaving the animals in good hands, Heriberto drives away to a new mission.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
Most of us have pets, and we know that we have to take care of them and give them a home with love. But when our resources are not enough, we need to find out a better life for them. Fortunately, here in El Paso, the Animal Welfare Department is here to help. Every morning, the officers of the El Paso County Animal Welfare Department get into their trucks and set off for different parts of the county to help citizens with their pets.
My main job is to protect, capture, and care for animals, educate the community. We do everything from our trucks. We do foster transportations. We do adoptions. We do microchipping.
El Paso County is one of the largest counties in the state of Texas, and its Animal Welfare Department has only 8 officers to cover all the land outside the city.
The county is very big in terrain. It's bigger than the city, actually, but the houses are kind of sporadic. It's a lot of terrain to cover.
Today's mission is to collect some puppies and a little pig on the outskirts of the county.
Es un bebito, ¿verdad?
Tiene un mes, 2 semanas.
From a man who no longer has enough resources to support them. In 2020, the Animal Welfare Department rescued a total of 1,769 animals, of which 231 were returned to their owners and 418 were adopted. After giving the men information about the spay and neuter services, Heriberto takes the puppies and the little pig to a shelter on the other side of the county, where they will find a family for them.
The name of the rescue here is Almost Home, and it's a big foster affiliate of ours. They help us a lot with our transition, so these dogs don't set foot at the shelter, at the animal services.
After leaving the animals in good hands, Heriberto drives away to a new mission.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive, We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
Most of us have pets, and we know that we have to take care of them and give them a home with love. But when our resources are not enough, we need to find out a better life for them. Fortunately, here in El Paso, the Animal Welfare Department is here to help. Every morning, the officers of the El Paso County Animal Welfare Department get into their trucks and set off for different parts of the county to help citizens with their pets.
My main job is to protect, capture, and care for animals, educate the community. We do everything from our trucks. We do foster transportations. We do adoptions. We do microchipping.
El Paso County is one of the largest counties in the state of Texas, and its Animal Welfare Department has only 8 officers to cover all the land outside the city.
The county is very big in terrain. It's bigger than the city, actually, but the houses are kind of sporadic. It's a lot of terrain to cover.
Today's mission is to collect some puppies and a little pig on the outskirts of the county.
Es un bebito, ¿verdad?
Está big. Tiene un mes, 2 semanas.
From a man who no longer has enough resources to support them. In 2020, the Animal Welfare Department rescued a total of 1,769 animals, of which 231 were returned to their owners and 418 were adopted. After giving the men information about the spay and neuter services, Heriberto takes the puppies and the little pig to a shelter on the other side of the county, where they will find a family for them.
The name of the rescue here is Almost Home, and it's a big foster affiliate of ours. They help us a lot with our transition, so these dogs don't set foot at the shelter, at the animal services.
After leaving the animals in good hands, Heriberto drives away to a new mission.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive, We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
Most of us have pets, and we know that we have to take care of them and give them a home with love. But when our resources are not enough, we need to find out a better life for them. Fortunately, here in El Paso, the Animal Welfare Department is here to help. Every morning, the officers of the El Paso County Animal Welfare Department get into their trucks and set off for different parts of the county to help citizens with their pets.
My main job is to protect, capture, and care for animals, educate the community. We do everything from our trucks. We do foster transportations. We do adoptions. We do microchipping.
El Paso County is one of the largest counties in the state of Texas, and its Animal Welfare Department has only 8 officers to cover all the land outside the city.
The county is very big in terrain. It's bigger than the city, actually, but the houses are kind of sporadic. It's a lot of terrain to cover.
Today's mission is to collect some puppies and a little pig on the outskirts of the county.
Es un bebito, ¿verdad?
Está más big. Tiene un mes, 2 semanas.
From a man who no longer has enough resources to support them. In 2020, the Animal Welfare Department rescued a total of 1,769 animals, of which 231 were returned to their owners and 418 were adopted. After giving the men information about the spay and neuter services, Heriberto takes the puppies and the little pig to a shelter on the other side of the county, where they will find a family for them.
The name of the rescue here is Almost Home, and it's a big foster affiliate of ours. They help us a lot with our transition, so these dogs don't set foot at the shelter, at the animal services.
After leaving the animals in good hands, Heriberto drives away to a new mission.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive, We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Commissioners Court has reconvened into regular open session. We're on item number 11 from purchasing. Authorize the single source award of on-call records software for the Information Technology Department to Hexagon Intergraph Corporation of Madison, Alabama, for an annual amount of $330,985.38 and 3 one-year renewable options. Funds are available in General Fund, ITD, Maintenance and Repair Software. Pursuant to Texas Local Government Code Section 262.024C. As a single source item, it is exempt from the provisions of the County Purchasing Act. Single source will be reevaluated as required to ensure compliance with statute.
Good afternoon. Joe Lopez, Interim County Purchasing Agent, County of El Paso. This is the Hexagon product, is a module off of the Intergraph RMS system, which helps with reporting and managing of operational cases, investigations, and other police and law enforcement work. It works in conjunction with the Intergraph Records Management System, which keeps all of the records and documents from cradle to grave, from incarceration to, from arrest to incarceration. Since this is a part of the interface and the module for Intergraph, only Intergraph is allowed to work on and sell this module. So therefore they are a single source. We ask that you approve and authorize the single source of the award for the on-call records for information technology to Hexagon / Intergraph Corporation, and approve the award for $330,985.38, along with the 3 one-year renewable options.
Thank you, Joe. Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Olguin.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson is absent. Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 12. Approve award recommendation for RFP 21-010, alcohol monitoring services for the County of El Paso to the top scoring firms. Number 1, A Lifesaver of Texas Interlock Incorporated of Cincinnati, Ohio, and 1A Smart Start LLC of Grapevine, Texas. Purchasing approved on September 15, 2021. Funds are available in General Fund, Criminal Justice Coordination, CS Electronic Monitoring.
Good afternoon, Joe Lopez for the record, Interim Purchasing Agent. This is an RFP for the alcohol interlocking devices for DUI cases when placed on probation. This was an RFP that was solicited and evaluated by members of the County Criminal Justice Coordination Department, Adult Probation, Juvenile Probation Department, and the County Attorney's Office. My office facilitated the evaluation, and after a 2-stage review, it is a recommendation of this committee to award to Lifesaver of Texas Interlock and also Smart Start Limited Liability Corporation. And we ask that you approve the award recommendation of RFP 21-010 to Lifesaver of Texas Interlock and to Smart Start LLC.
Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Olguin.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson is absent. Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 13, approve award of bid 21-028 El Paso Hills Channel Project for the County of El Paso to Allen Concrete LLC of El Paso, Texas, for the base bid in the amount of $195,513. Purchasing approved on September 15, 2021. Funds are available in CIP 21 Public Works Administration renovations.
Joe Lopez, for the record. This bid is to furnish labor and materials and anything necessary for the installation of a concrete line channel along the El Paso Hills area. And we are requesting that you approve the award of bid 21-028 to Allen Concrete in the amount of $195,513. They were the lowest responsive bidder.
Move to approve.
Second?
Second.
Commissioner Holguín,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson is absent. Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 14, approve the award of field and turf fertilizer, conditioners, dressings, and chemicals using buy board contract 611-20, awarded to Ewing Irrigation of El Paso, Texas, in the amount of $96,456.60. Additional material listed under the buy board contract, field and turf fertilizer, conditioners, dressings, and chemicals may be purchased based upon funding. Purchasing approved on September 15, 2021. Funding is available in various departments' accounts.
For the record, Joe Lopez, interim purchasing agent. This is similar to an action that the court approved last week, utilizing Exerplay to buy playground equipment for a specific project and to approve the use of a buy board contract for the additional playgrounds that are going to be renovated or built up. In this case, we are asking that you approve the use of buy board contract 611-20 to Ewing Irrigation of El Paso for the initial purchase of Birdie Rye Blend Grass Seed for $96,456.60 for the dressing of the parks and the golf course for the course of this coming seeding period. And the Parks Department will be bringing back any additional items on this bid, such as the conditioners, chemicals, and fertilizer, as needed as a separate approval from the court with the funding identified and the total cost. We request that you approve the award of the field and turf fertilizer, conditioners, dressings, and chemicals bid using buy board contract number 611-20, awarded to Ewing Irrigation of El Paso, and to approve the purchase of the Birdie Rye grass seed in the amount of $96,456.60. The rest will be brought back to you as needed.
Thank you, Joe. Move to approve.
Second?
Commissioner Holguín,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson is absent. Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Have a good afternoon.
You do the same. Take care and be safe.
You too.
Item number 15, auditor. Approve and authorize the county judge to sign the first option to extend the external financial auditing services agreement with Gibson Ruddock Patterson LLC in the amount of $110,000. Funds are available in account G Admin Professional Services Extend Audit. Contract number 2021-0720.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners, Edward Dion, County Auditor. This is basically a housekeeping matter. The county commissioners approved an external financial auditing services agreement back in March 2nd of 2020, RFQ 20-002. That agreement was for 1 year and also approved for renewal options for an additional 1 year period. Each time we make that renewal, we are required to come back to the Commissioners Court to receive your blessing, get your approval before we proceed. So at this point, this represents the continuation of the audit services for the county for the fair presentation of the county's basic financial statements and the full assurance to the governing body that the and public and investors that the county's financial statements are in conformity with generally accepted accounting principles. So with that, my request is that the commissioners approve the county judge to sign the first option to extend the external financial audit services agreement with Gibson, Ruddock, Patterson, LLC in the amount of $110,000.
Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Olguin,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson is absent. Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Item number 16, pursuant to the Texas Local Government Code, Section 113.004D, copy attached, approve the transfer of all fines and forfeitures to the general fund.
Good afternoon again, Judge, Commissioners, Edward Dion, County Auditor. This also is considered housekeeping every year. Since I've been with the County of El Paso, this item has come before the Commissioners Court. There are provisions in the statutes that require transportation code fees to be deposited into the Road and Bridge Fund for the maintenance of roads, bridges, culverts. And as far as I know, the money has always been put into the general fund. The actual use of these funds can also be used to defray the expense of policing roads with traffic officers. So it's been a monumental task for my office to try to identify all of these fees that are throughout the statutes under the transportation code and then also work with IT to figure out how we can build all of those codes into the Odyssey system. We did poll some of the other counties in the state. We have not been able to find another county that is segregating these fines and fees to the Road and Bridge Fund. We'll continue looking. We did ask for a county attorney opinion. It was sometime back around 2019. We did get an opinion, OP 20-1231, regarding the Road and Bridge fines. And the recommendation of the county attorney in summary was that the auditor's office should review all fines collected for offenses that fall under the transportation codes, Title 7, sections 501 through 1006. I can tell you that every year that I've been here with the county, we have come forward and provided data to show, like for example, in 2021, so far this year, fines and fees have totaled $2.3 million. And the cost of policing roads currently totals $16.7 million. So we have expended $14.3 million over and above the fines and fees that were collected. So definitely the funds are being expended pursuant to the statute. The other thing is that the Commissioners Court routinely makes a transfer to the Road and Bridge Fund due to the fact that the auto sales tax has been moved for many years now from Road and Bridge to the general fund. And in fiscal year 21, the amount that was transferred to the Road and Bridge was $4,241,631. So at this point, my office is going to continue into the future trying to identify how we can get all of these codes, we can identify the codes and get them in the system if that's what the court desires. We are of the opinion that the effort that's going to take is not a cost-effective effort, but we want to make sure that we do comply with the statute. I think what we've been doing by getting your blessing and your approval is complying with the statute. But like you say, I think the Commissioner's Court requested that we look into it to find out what that exact amount would be. So of the 2.3 million, is it $1.5 million? I can't tell you today what that amount is. So my recommendation would be for the Commissioner's Court to again approve the fines being deposited into the general fund. And like I say, there's no question about whether the Commissioner's Court is in compliance with the statutes. You have used the funds appropriately, and the Road and Bridge Fund has received funds far in excess of what they would receive from these fines. With that, I would respectfully ask for your favorable consideration.
Thank you. Just would like to hear some additional comments from Betsy, your perspective on this.
Yes, sir, Judge. I think Mr. Dion covered this really well, that the funding, by doing it with this one catch-all item, it covers us. But if there's ways, I know that there'd be a cost initially to some establishing and breaking it down, but it may make it more efficient for the long term. So until we're able to do that, this item will capture all those fines and forfeitures being transferred to the general fund.
Thank you. Commissioners, any comments on this?
I've got it.
Yes, Commissioner Leon, please.
Betsy, do we vote on this on a yearly basis? And if so, these transfers take place once a year or throughout the year?
Once a year, sir. So you vote on it this one time per year. And I know Mr. Dion mentioned that some of these that the expenses were higher than the revenues. A lot of that has had to do with our court system and the pandemic. And we do believe we'll see some recovery as the courts return.
So the money during the year is deposited into various accounts. Then once a year, it's transferred into to law enforcement expenses?
Commissioner, if I may speak, the funds are deposited into the general fund on a regular basis. And the statute requires that they be deposited to the Road and Bridge Fund. But since we don't have the information to do that on a daily basis, and we're going to continue working on it and try to find another county that has all the statutes identified, and then work with IT to find out what it would take to do that. But right now, they go into the general fund on a regular basis. And at the end of the fiscal year, the commissioners are approving, similar to what other counties are currently doing, approves that the fines be deposited in the general fund. You're ratifying what has already been done. And you're justifying it by showing that the statute requires or allows you to spend it on patrolling the roads, which you have done, far in excess of the amount that was collected for all fines, for which all of them don't relate to transportation. And that equates to about 608% over the amount of revenue collected.
Wow. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 17. Pursuant to the Texas Local Government Code Section 114.023, 114.024, 114.025, and 114.026. Please accept the attached presentation and the interim financial report for the month ended August 31st, 2021. The interim financial report is located on the intranet at http://www.epcounty.com/auditor/monthly-reports.htm.
Good afternoon again, Commissioners, Judge, Commissioners. Edward Dion, County Auditor. This is the unaudited interim financial report for the month of August, 11th fiscal month for the year. I'm going to try to keep my presentation as brief as possible. I know you have a lot more things to discuss, but I will touch upon a few matters in this report that relate to the budget that you're going to be approving later in this meeting. With that, the next slide, please. Executive financial summary. This is just a summary of funds for the current year. It includes revenues and expenses for regular funds, budgeted funds, and life-to-date funds. Next slide, please. This is the condensed financial report for the month ended August 31st of 2021, required to be published in a newspaper of general circulation, typically published the Sunday prior to the Commissioners Court meeting. Shows budgeted funds, fund balances, the revised year-to-date budget, year-to-date or life-to-date expenditures, year-to-date encumbrances, including requisitions, and a year-to-date available budget. And it's separated by budgeted funds and the multi-year funds, which is capital projects, grants, and agency funds. Next slide, please. This is a revenue summary by fund type. Totals for the month was 20.2 million. For the year-to-date was 517.1 million. Next slide, please. This is revenues, the general fund revenues by source. This shows you property taxes, sales taxes, and the various components charged for services. Next slide, please. General fund revenue source year-to-date for month 11 shows you the 2021 revenues total 300.6 million. The 2020 in comparison was 285.1 million. It was an increase over the prior year at the same time, 15.4 million. Next slide, please. Oh, I'm sorry, you can go back to that one. I have a couple more things I'll talk about. I think that's the right one, yeah. General fund revenue source year to date. The one thing I would like to point out when comparing these 2 years, especially with the pandemic, and I try to do this every month, the summary of 21 versus 20 actuals, the favorable variances at this point as of fiscal month 11 totaled 18.1 million. The unfavorable variances totaled 2.7 million. That's considerably lower than what we've seen in the prior year and also earlier in this year. The net variances as of this fiscal month are 15.4 million. Favorable variances included property taxes, increase of 11.1 million, sales taxes. On August 13th, we received our 10th sales tax for the year in the amount of 6 million, exceeding the amount received by 22.07% for the same period of the prior year. Year-to-date sales tax increased by $6.4 million or 14.34%. These are unprecedented increases, which we've never seen in the history of the county. And I think some other entities are also seeing similar results. On the 13th of September, we received our 11th sales tax payment for the year in the amount of 5 million, exceeding the amount received by 19.11% for the same period and for the prior year. That brings the year-to-date sales tax increase to 7.2 million or 14.77%. Definitely, that's good news. And it really has helped the county offset some of the COVID impacts on other revenues. State mixed beverage tax was down previously in the prior year. At this point in time, we're up for the year by $368,000. The unfavorable variances, mostly COVID related, are charges for services, a net decrease of $334,000. And some of those they're offset, but we've had some increases in that area, even in spite of COVID. The county clerk fees increased by $602,000. Federal prisoners increased by 158, and of late, that number has been over the 500 prisoners per month, which we haven't seen for most of the year. Interest decrease of 1.3 million. That's a continued trend, which we've had for the last 2 years. Miscellaneous revenues overall net decrease of 100,000. Fines a decrease of 312,000. State motor vehicle sales and use tax a decrease of 148,000. Intergovernmental revenues, a net decrease of 698,000. One of those is probably a timing difference because we usually get the federal alien housing. That's a decrease of 223,000, but I anticipate that we still may receive that payment before the fiscal year end process is over. Also, reimbursement for jurors, decrease of 141,000. Okay, next slide, please. The general fund revenue by source, budget versus actual. The revenues compared to the estimated budget, right now we're about 91.67% of the fiscal year expired. The general funds collected 96.36% of budgeted revenues. And analysis excludes 62.4 million for designated fund balance reserves to balance the budget. Next slide, please. The general fund revenue source year to date, taxes represented 87.6% of revenues received, and ad valorem being 77.85% of that. Next slide, please. Charges for services total 26.4 million, or 8.81% of those revenues collected. The Sheriff's Department collected 56.73%, and the County Clerk collected 15.91%. Next slide, please. Percentage of fines and fees. Fees were 2.85 million, or 0.95%. JPs collected 60.7% of fines and fee revenue. Council of Judges, it was 26.67%. Next slide, please. Intergovernmental was about 4.6 million, or 1.71% of all collections. General government non-department collected 33.17%. County attorney collected 27.5%. Sheriff Department 14.7%. And all other departments collected 24.5%. Next slide, please. This is the 3-year trend of the general fund actual revenue comparison, and we're focusing on only the main revenues of the county, which is ad valorem and sales tax. As you can see, all revenues budgeted, the actual collections as a percentage of the budget in 21, we're at 96.36%, the highest within the last 3 years. The property taxes as a percentage of budget, 99.98%. And sales tax collections as a percentage of the estimated revenue budget is 102.94%. As I said, unprecedented receipts that we haven't seen in the past. Next slide, please. This is just a graphic depiction based on feedback you all had given in the past, just to kind of give you a visual as to where the revenues are going. You can see the sales tax. I mean, this is property tax. It increased by 11.1 million, or 5.74%, mainly attributable to new property values added to the tax rolls, and additional certifications by the El Paso County Central Appraisal District and 2020 tax rate calculations, which came in after the tax calculation. Next slide, please. Sales and use. As you can see, the green line has stayed over prior years, and mainly from April forward. There was an increase of 6.3 million, or 14.34%. Unprecedented revenue growth continued throughout the fiscal year, and hopefully it will continue, but we're going to watch it closely because what goes up must come down, and at some point, if there's stimulus and other things in the economy right now, and they start dissipating, then we may go back to a normal trend. Next slide, please. This is the makeup of the sales tax, information from the Comptroller's office. That shows retail trade. The increase was about 419, almost 420,000, or 16.14%. The combination of food services, increase of 192,000, or 27%. The wholesale trade area went up about 70,000, and that's about 20%. Next slide, please. Charges for services actually decreased by 333,000, or 1.25%. In comparison to 2019, this revenue actually declined about 4.4 million since COVID started due to the limited access to county recreational facilities and the impact to volume-based fee activities. Next slide, please. Fines and forfeitures. Fines and forfeitures decreased 313, almost 314,000, or 9.92%. The 2021 trend is now near the 2019 levels, but exhibited continued decline from 2020. Next slide, please. Licenses and permits. Licenses and permits received for the year decreased by about 18.7 thousand, or 6.89%. Although not material in relation to total revenues, this revenue actually declined below 2019 levels. FY20's gain of 13,000 was lost, plus an additional 6,000 in 2021. Next slide, please. Expenditures. A summary of expenditures by fund. Total expenses for the month was 36.2 million, and year-to-date 420.5 million. Next slide, please. This is a graphic depiction of general fund by expenditure type year-to-date. Personnel, salaries, and benefits was about 198 million, or 72.33% of total expended, a decrease of 3.4 million compared to 2020. The decrease is due to a transfer of the Sheriff's Office qualifying salaries to CARES funds of 5.3 million. The operating expenses were down 55 million, or 20.17% of the, I'm sorry, I got that wrong. Operating expenditures were 55 million, or 20.17% of the total expended, a year-to-date increase of 10 million compared to FY20. Some of the major expenses in that category were a 5.3 increase in the FASTER grant program and the LIFT fund, and also a 4.3 increase in the El Paso County Mobility Project. The capital outlays increased by 4 million compared to the same period in 20. Transfers out were 16 million, or 5.92% of total expended, and year-to-date increase of 3 million compared to the same time in 2020. The major increases in that category was the transfer out for health and life. It was a 2.5 million increase. It was new for 2021. And then the small transfer out for capital, for the 1 penny capital, 558,000 increase transferred to the cap 1 penny account. Next slide, please. This is the percentage of general fund expenditures year to date. The chart shows that the percentage year to date expenditures through August of 21 versus 20. Expenditures are slightly higher, 273 million in 21 versus 260 million in 20. When compared to the last year, it was 91.67% of the percentage of the year expired versus 73.25 of budget expended, and then 26.75 remaining. Next slide, please. This is general fund expenditures by function, just shows the revised budget versus the year-to-date actuals. Period actuals, 21.5 million, year-to-date 273.1, and 73.25% of the budget expended. Next slide, please. And also there's that in that analysis, it excludes 24.3 million designated for the unforeseen emergencies. Okay, on the general fund expenditure comparison, this is actuals to actuals. 273.3 million in 21 versus 260 million in 20. That's an increase of 13.1 million, or 5.05%. Next slide, please. This is a graphic depiction comparison by function. General government increased by 8.7 million due to changes in a variety of departments, like public safety, non-department increased by 5.6 million. It was professional services general, an increase of 4.3 million. For the El Paso County Mobility Project, an increase of 853 land acquisitions. And then we had another 833 due to the mobility project for construction. Administration of Justice decreased by 1.7 million. We have public safety decreased by 2.7 million. Health and welfare increased by 338,000. Animal welfare department was a new department for the year. It increased by 531,000 related to payroll expense. Resource development increased by 6.3 million, mainly in the economic development department. It was for contract services general to increase 5.9 million for the FASTER program grant, and the economic impact fund increased by 232,000. Culture and recreation increased by 536,000. Public works increased by 1.7 million. That was mainly road and bridge. The increase was for the capital out stormwater improvement. Next slide, please. Percentage of expenditures year to date just shows you that the breakdown of the expenditures by function. Public safety accounted for 41.24% of year-to-date expenses. General government was 27.53%, administration of justice 22.93%, and the remaining 8.3% is for other functions. Next slide, please. The percentage of general government departments expended. General government 75.27% or 27.5%. General government non-department was 19 million or 26.3%. ITD was 12 million or 16%. And then public works non-department was 6.7 million or 8.95%. Auditor was 5.6 million or 7.51%. And then we have other departments, all other departments, 30 million or 41.15%, representing 20 other departments. Next slide, please. Administration of justice was 62.6% or 62.67 million or 22.93%. The DA's office was 14 million or 22.5%, followed by county attorney at 15%, public defender at 13%, district courts 11.4%, all other departments of 37.5%, representing 35 departments. Next slide, please. Public safety represented 112.7 million or 41.2%. That included the sheriff, made up 92 million of that or 81.65% of that category. JPD was 14 million or 12.6%, constables 3.4 million or 3%. All other departments 2.9 million or 2.66%, representing 4 departments. Next slide, please. Percentage of other functions expended. Other functions totaled 22.7 million or 8.3%. Within that category, economic development was 30.3%, medical examiner was 11%, roads and bridges 9%, Escalate 9%, and then other departments 39.9% or 16 departments. Next slide. Fund balance. This fund balance was prepared based on the monthly data from the close of August. Subsequent to that close and providing this information to the court, my office met with the county attorney's office because in coming up with my projections, my fund balance projections, there was a significant expenditure that I was showing for the FASTER program, and there was some interpretation of the contracts and the eligibility of those funds being used or being reimbursed through the ARPA funds. Based on that meeting, I revised my fund balance from 84 to about 87.3. There was about $3.5 million in expenditures based on conversations that county administration and budget has had with the commissioners, and based on county attorney's advice. It's not my understanding that some of these expenditures going forward can be spent out of the ARPA funds. This will probably be discussed a little bit further in the meeting, as it'll be probably a discussion under the budget hearing. But at this point in time, I made adjustments. I gave additional information to budget and fiscal policy because my estimate that I gave them was through July. So I looked for only material items in August, which increased my projections to revenue. So I provided that data to them, and then I made a revision for the FASTER program. And so that reduced the reimbursable revenue in FY22, but it reduced expenditures in FY21 and therefore increased the ending fund balance projection based on the information that I'm relying on, which I think is valid and that I can certify. So based on that, my projection is currently 87.3 million for the general fund is subject to change, and it may even grow a little bit. It may go up or down slightly, but I'm confident that it's a good number. And with that, that's my presentation. If anybody has any questions.
Oh, no. Anybody from?
I have a question.
Yes, Commissioner Holguin, please.
Thank you, Judge. Hi, Mr. Dion. So it looks
Hello.
like even though this is the 11th month of the fiscal year, 91% of the year's already over, the general fund expenditures so far are only at about 73%. Do you foresee large expenditures in this last month of the fiscal year in September, or what percentage of the general fund do you think will be expended by the end of the fiscal year?
In a typical year, the last couple of years have not been typical. Typically, it'll be a 10% unspent, but there have been a lot of things put into the budget. I mean, some of them are capital, some of them have been expended already. I think it'll probably be more than double that. The only major expenses we still have that I'm aware of, and I've been working with budget and fiscal policy with regards to any major expenditures that are in the pipeline, is we have 2 payrolls for the month of September, and then we have a payroll accrual for about 6 days, and then just some normal expenditures. So I don't, that's all built into my projection at this point. So at the 75 or 73%, that will change, but it's probably going to go maybe to maybe 85% or maybe a little bit higher than that.
And Mr. Dion?
Okay.
Commissioner Holguin, I also want to clarify, some of those items that don't get spent, they do get carried over to the next fiscal year. So they become a budgeted expense in FY 2022, like stormwater, economic impact fund, things of that nature.
Okay, thank you.
And that showed that will be reflected in the annual financial report as a reserve for encumbrances, and the appropriations will roll over along with those commitments under, and they have to be a purchase order. We won't encumber funds or reduce the fund balance for anything unless if there's a contract and agreement that we can encumber and roll it over. And I've tried to take out the commitments that the court has made for which we may not have an agreement, we may not have a PO. But the one that I was really had a significant concern or a major concern on was the faster funds. And that's the one that I made the adjustment based on the meeting with the county attorney's office and discussion on the guidelines for the ARPA funds. And I feel confident that the $3.5 million that I've reduced expenditures is a safe adjustment for me to make, because my fund balance was lower than budget and fiscal policy. But if you committed it, I just didn't want the court to be spending that dollar twice, because then you would see a drop in your fund balance in 22 and then wonder, well, what happened? The auditor's projection was wrong.
Thank you, Edward. That was my question from the budget perspective. So, yeah. Yes, Commissioner Robinson.
Thank you. Mr. Dion, could you go back to your statement you made previously in your presentation? You talked about money's going for road and bridges. Are you putting in the general fund?
That money is in the general fund right now, and it's in my projections. And like I say, the patrolling of the roads far exceed those fine revenues. And this has been happening, to my knowledge, for the last 38 years. We contacted some other counties in Texas and found out that they also were doing the same thing, because it seems like it's not an easy task to try to identify what statute relates to a fine that gets imposed by a state trooper or any other law enforcement officer, and it comes through the judicial system, and now we have to be able to know what statute relates to it and which fund should it actually be going to. So that money isn't in this projection that I have. But like I said, you have over 600% spent more than if you had given Road and Bridge that money. then you might reconsider whether, you were gonna transfer, $5 million to the Road and Bridge Fund when the fines only amounted to $2.5 million. But I know you all are doing your due diligence to make sure that the Road and Bridge Fund is funded adequately. And I don't think anything could come back to this Commissioner's Court saying that the Road and Bridge Fund was shortchanged and did not get the funds that is statutorily due to it.
And Edward, if you could just expand, so what the court did do by policy, and it's not required by law, is you allocated your auto sales tax to the Road and Bridge Fund. So this is something you all have done by policy, and it far exceeds the amount in the fines and forfeitures.
My understanding is that that's how budget and fiscal policy has been working it, yes. And then I just certify the amount that budget tells me that they will appropriate to transfer to the Road and Bridge Fund. So I certify that number after it's given to me, because I don't know what the commissioners will transfer from one year to the next. And so I rely on budget and fiscal policy to tell me what that amount is.
This year, it's over $5 million.
Yes, correct.
Mr. Dion, just for
Well, I think in the FY 22, I'm sorry, excuse me.
just for clarity, the monies you talking about that for road and bridges going to the general fund, you were just referring to only the fines?
Yes, my assumption is based on 100% of the fines. But I don't know how many of those fines, whether it's 50%, 75%. I'm pretty sure it's not 100%. But we're playing it safe by saying, assume 100% should have gone to Road and Bridge. We're erring on the safe side.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any questions? No. Thank you, Edward. Appreciate your presentation.
My pleasure.
I do believe we need a motion to accept the report.
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Edward.
Thank you much. Thank you.
Item number 18, litigation, justice, and law enforcement. Approve and authorize funding in the amount of $119,182.47 to pay for salaries funded by the District Attorney's Information Management System interlocal governmental agreement with the City of El Paso from September 1st, 2021 to November 30th, 2021. Funds will be reimbursed when the fiscal year 22 DIMS interlocal is entered into agreement. Funding is available in general fund, general administrative, contingency grants.
Hi, Sylvia. Good morning.
Hi, County
Good
Judge.
afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon to you and to the county commissioners. Silvia Serna, grant analyst for the District Attorney's Office. On behalf of District Attorney Rosales, yes, we are requesting that you approve and authorize funding in that amount of $119,000. And this would be from the general funds, the contingency grants, and it would pay for DIM salaries for 2 current employees, which they're paralegals. And it would also pay for current assistant district attorneys' overtime pay while screening cases that are presented from law enforcement for future prosecution. And of course, this will carry us over for 5 pay periods, or at least until mid-November. The DIMS, which stands for the District Attorney Information Management System since 1994, it's been an annual interlocal governmental agreement between the city of El Paso, mostly, more specifically the El Paso Police Department, and the county of El Paso, and more specifically the DA's office. And that annual interlocal expired on August the 31st of 2021. For the past several months, there's been several conversations and meetings that have been had between the entities mentioned, to include County Commissioner Leon. He was amazingly supportive. And I'm happy to report that as of this meeting today, I have uploaded that future interlocal into Cobblestone, and it'll be reviewed by the county attorney. And of course, I will bring it back once it's been reviewed for final approval. And once, again, all the signatures are done and all the approvals are finalized, the funds will be reimbursed to the general funds, the contingency grants account. Do any of you have any questions?
Commissioner Leon, any comments?
No,
or-
thank you,
So you've
Judge.
been working real close on this one.
Yeah. No, thank you, Sylvia. Thank you very much. I've had a couple of meetings, and as you may know, the police department had stopped using DIMS, but it looks very positive that they're coming back. The sheriff has been extremely helpful insofar as devising other routines insofar as booking prisoners that will make it a lot more efficient and get those officers back on the street. That was one of the biggest complaints of Chief Allen, and I don't blame him. He wants his officers back on the street as soon as possible instead of waiting for the prisoners to be processed. The sheriff is in the process of trying new procedures. He's tried it with the SO now. I think he's in the process of using PD now. It will mean the possibility of us having to hire a couple, maybe 3, 4 more FTEs and a major rebuild to accommodate this process. But I've got to tell you that if you're not familiar with DIMS, it does so many things. Number one, it saves us money. It saves the county money. But the main purpose of that is you don't have somebody being arrested. They go to jail. Then 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks later, they find out it's not going to be accepted by the DA's office. So all that time in jail was for naught. So what happens now and what's been happening with DIMS is a person is arrested, it's reviewed by an ADA, and they're given the green light or they're not, and the process continues or it stops. So it's a tremendous process that I'm very happy that the DA's office is in support of it, and you've got some great people assisting in this process. So I'm hopeful that in the next couple of weeks, the sheriff will have devised a better process to assist the booking procedure to be a lot quicker. So I'm excited about the possibilities and that we do keep DIMS in place. And I think Betsy has some information insofar as it's an expensive process insofar as the remodeling of the jail booking area.
Thank you, Commissioner. If anyone knows nuances, it'd be you. So, Betsy?
Thank you, Commissioner. So while this item is particularly for the funding for that temporary period while we find out whether the city will renew its agreement and pay for this timeframe, the work that Commissioner Leon has been leading does involve the remodel as he discussed. Because that remodel is also part of what we're trying to do to mitigate spread of COVID-19 in our intake process, we're also evaluating it as a project under the American Rescue Plan. And we will be discussing it with the court next month, this October. And so under that item, we have set aside some funding for that if the court would like to continue with that project.
Excellent. It's a great program, and I'm glad that they're accommodating, because I know Greg Allen, Chief Allen's wanting them back in the street was very legitimate, and we're trying to figure out how to help him with that. So that's the kind of thing, everybody gets on the table and moves forward. So I'm very proud that we continue that program. Thank you.
I move to approve.
Second?
Commissioner Holguin,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
I'm going to vote aye as well, and I just want to say this is, I think, another one of those opportunities where we can, try to capitalize on that partnership with the city and remind them that it's a two-way street. And I think we've all heard how important and how impactful DIMS has been, and it does reduce the time that officers have to spend off of the street. And so I hope that it comes to a point very soon that we get the city back on board. Thank you.
Commissioner Robinson,
I got a question. The amount listed is for the rest of the year?
No, sir.
No,
That's for-
sir.
That's for
The
5 pay periods?
119,000 that we have asked, that's just to carry us over until the actual interlocal is set in place. So it's for 5 pay periods, or at least the end of 5 pay periods.
Okay. Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much for your support.
Sylvia, always a pleasure to have you. Thank you.
Thank you, County Judge. It's a pleasure to see all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Sylvia.
Goodbye.
Item number 19 from Economic Development. Approve and authorize the county judge to sign the interlocal agreement addressing barriers to broadband adoption with the City of El Paso, the Anthony Independent School District, the Canutillo Independent School District, the Clint Independent School District, El Paso Independent School District, the Fabens Independent School District, the San Elizario Independent School District, the Socorro Independent School District, the Tornillo Independent School District, and the Isleta Independent School District to address barriers to broadband adoption in the region. Contract number 2021-0452.
Welcome, Michael.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Michael Hernandez with Economic Development. I'm pleased to present this interlocal agreement with the City of El Paso and our region school districts to strive for improving internet connectivity for all households across El Paso County. Helping to form this coalition through this agreement has great value as we pursue improving broadband in our community. As you know, El Paso County is leading on this important initiative with our work with Digital El Paso, a separate partnership with public sector, private sector, and nonprofits that continues to gain steam. This new partnership with the City of El Paso and the school districts would address barriers to broadband adoption, which include the infrastructure investment as well as making internet service affordable and easier to use for all. It would create a mechanism to work together on activities that improve internet connectivity and prompts participation by each entity. There's no cost to forming this collaborative. We ask for your favorable consideration to approve and authorize the county judge to sign this local agreement and help unlock and form this partnership. I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Michael. And it's been a lot of work to get to this point, and that collaboration we always talked about. This is not something that one entity can take on because it's a big one. And so very glad that everybody's continuing, including the Congresswoman Escobar and her office and everyone else. Pretty excited about this program. So any questions on, Commissioner Robinson?
Yeah, thank you, Judge. Michael, didn't we not have a Betsy, maybe you can tell me. I thought we had an agreement before.
Michael, you want to address that?
For this particular effort, in terms of improving internet connectivity, I don't believe that there was this kind of comprehensive regional partnership in place.
Maybe what you're thinking about, Commissioner, is during when the CARES Act was coming in, folks at Canutillo ISD came in and approached the court, and we ended up expanding this help to some of the other ISDs. But that's when we were able to put up a match for them to be able to bring down funding from the federal government through the state, which was, I guess, probably some of what helped generate or was the genesis of this partnership moving forward. But maybe that's what you're thinking of is
No, I'm
the
going
partnership.
back several years ago when I was on city council. I know we had this discussion and we took action in regards to broadband. I thought we had a written agreement back then.
Commissioner Robinson, prior to my time with the county starting, I started in 2008, and there was an agreement, what I remember, and it's vague because I was in HR, but I do remember there was an agreement, but it was through limited parties. It wasn't everybody that's listed on this agreement. it may have been like the city, the county, the housing authority, or some, it wasn't all of the school districts. It wasn't as comprehensive.
Okay, maybe that's what it was. I know that there was one going back to that time frame, but I wasn't, couldn't remember exactly. Okay. I'm good.
Commissioner Robinson, back in 2007 is when Digital El Paso first launched. And I think that began as a pilot program in downtown El Paso with the city of El Paso and a few other partners. And that perhaps is what you're recalling, which was Digital El Paso in its formative years.
Right, yeah, I remember that. And also, I do remember that the EPISD was involved with that process. But I don't remember if the other school districts were, but I know EPISD was. Okay, but you answered my question.
Any further discussion? Not move to approve?
Second?
Commissioner Holguin,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Item number 20, approve and authorize the county judge to sign the agreement regarding mutual cooperation regarding the Digital El Paso project with the El Paso Community Foundation to provide financial sponsorship for the Digital El Paso project for regional broadband initiatives. Contract number 2021-0513.
Good afternoon again, Judge and Commissioners. Michael Hernandez with Economic Development. We are excited about our work in improving internet connectivity. El Paso County is leading Digital El Paso, a regional effort with our regional partners to leverage funding with public and private investment to expand connectivity. A key partner in that group is the El Paso Community Foundation. The nonprofit has helped us move quickly to hire UTEP's Hunt Institute and its Mike Loya Center to perform our broadband feasibility study, which we expect to be completed this year. The study will help our region identify the gaps of service for broadband and the cost to help connect our community. As Digital El Paso continues to unlock more opportunities for broadband improvement, we know we'll need a partner that can help our region organize these efforts, create information about improving internet connectivity, and even provide an efficient way to pull in grant funding. The agreement before you today would create this kind of mutual cooperation and help us with outreach, especially as Digital El Paso is looking to launch a website soon to connect with our community and helps with digital literacy programs. The agreement also would allow a more efficient way to raise and expend funds. There is no cost to the county for this activity from the foundation. We ask for your favorable consideration to approve and authorize the county judge to sign this agreement for mutual cooperation with the El Paso County Foundation. I'm happy to answer any of your questions.
Move to approve?
Second?
Commissioner Holguin,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thanks.
Item number 21, approve and authorize the county judge to sign the notice of grant award from the National Association of Counties Research Foundation from August 1st, 2021 through December 31st, 2022 in the amount of $100,000. No county matches required. Contract number 2021-0765.
Good afternoon again, Judge and Commissioners. Michael Hernandez with Economic Development for the record. We've shared with the court in a highlight that El Paso County was selected by the National Association of Counties Research Foundation for its Equitable Economic Recovery Cohort. For the past several months, El Paso County has taken part in this cohort that has connected us to expert guidance from the Brookings Institute, as well as others in planning economic recovery efforts. We've shared with NACO partners proposed plans and have received data to help us understand key challenges and what our region presents as strengths. We've also heard about what other counties are doing as part of the cohort. The assistance includes $100,000 in funding for each member, and it provides technical assistance and funding for building internal planning capacity so that we can develop and execute elements of a customized economic recovery plan that ensures equitable recovery. No county match is required for this opportunity that was awarded after a submission led by Commissioner Stout and his staff, as well as participation by our grants department. We ask for the court's favorable consideration to approve and authorize the county judge to sign this document accepting the award and funding from the National Association of Counties Research Foundation. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Commissioner Stout, comments?
No, I just I'm excited that we're going to continue to move forward with this, and I believe this is going to be really helpful. And I have to do the shameless plug for being involved with NACO, right? I've been really heavily involved with them since we got back into NACO, probably back in 2015 or 2016. And it's really been just a great organization to work with. It's been very helpful. I mean, the fact that we're getting this grant from them, I also serve on the Immigration Reform Task Force, and they have given me access to, people at the White House to talk to them about, immigration issues. And, I had a conversation with them this weekend about some of the Haitian refugees that we're receiving here in town. And so, it's great to be able to see this coming from NACO, and I think that they're very excited about having El Paso involved as well. So thanks to our grants folks, and to Michael and to Betsy for their work on getting this done. I'll vote. I guess I'll move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Good job, Commissioner. Everything with no county match and us being recognized like that, so great job. Thank you. Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Great job on all these items. Thank you.
Item number 22, Human Resources. Approve and authorize the county judge to sign the liability insurance rate proposal and related documents for fiscal year 2022, which will authorize the county's insurance broker, USI Southwest Incorporated, to proceed with obtaining insurance policies based on their liability insurance rate proposal for auto, crime, property, special events, general, drone, cyber, and excess workers' compensation liability insurance coverages in the amount of $723,585 for premiums. Funding is available in General Fund, General Administrative, Insurance, General Property. Contract number 2021-0735.
Thank you, Berenice. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. Berenice Acosta with the Human Resources Department. The purpose of today's agenda item is to seek Commissioners Court approval for the fiscal year 22 liability insurance proposal rates for from the county's broker, USI Southwest Incorporated. During the fiscal year 22 budget hearing meeting held on August 11th, USI Southwest provided the court with the estimated liability insurance rates, and the cost was included in the fiscal year 22 budget. Estimated rates were for the auto liability, property and crime, special events general liability, drone, cyber liability, and excess workers' compensation insurance. Approval of this proposal will result in the creation of formal insurance policies, which will be brought back to the court for final approval. The renewal premiums in the proposal represents a total amount of $723,585, which includes a new excess workers' compensation insurance premium and represents a decrease of $6,568 from the estimated budgeted amount for fiscal year 22. Please be aware this amount does not include the broker annual cost of $20,000. For the fiscal year 22 proposal amounts, this includes property blanket coverage at $226,073, crime coverage at $7,449, auto liability coverage at $103,146, special events general liability coverage at $7,426, cyber liability coverage at $47,224, drone coverage at $809, and excess workers' compensation coverage at $331,458. At this time, does the court have any questions?
Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Berenice. Have a great afternoon.
Item number 23, Information Technology. Approve and authorize the county judge to sign the agreement between the County of El Paso and Intergraph Corporation, doing business as Hexagon Safety and Infrastructure, for on-call record management systems maintenance and support. Funding will be available once the fiscal year 2022 budget is allocated in General Fund ITD Maintenance and Repair Software for the amount of $330,985.38. Contract number 2021-0707.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Chris Stathis, your Chief Information Officer. In today's agenda item number 11, the interim purchasing agent provided you with a detailed description of this vital public safety system, and you authorized its single source procurement. This item is a request for the approval of the renewal agreement described in Mr. Lopez's presentation. I recommend approval and am prepared to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Chris. Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
Have a good afternoon.
Item number 24, grant applications. Approve the submission of county grant applications as listed and described. If awarded, all grant award agreements will be brought back to the Commissioner's Court for final acceptance and approval. Item number 24, approve and authorize the County Parks and Recreation Department in partnership with Kaboom, Horizon View Community Improvement Association Incorporated, Clint Independent School District, and Texas A&M AgriLife to apply for the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department Fiscal Year 22 Urban Outdoor Grant in the amount of $1,499,788 from October 1st, 2022 to September 30th, 2026. A match in the amount of $1,499,788 is required. Kaboom will match a portion in the amount of $499,664, Texas A&M AgriLife $2,140, and the county's portion will be in the amount of $997,984. Match funding, if approved, will be budgeted in General Fund General Administrative Transfer Out Grant Match for fiscal year 23 and fiscal year 24. Contract number 2021-0741.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. Veronica Myers, Parks and Recreation Director. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
We can. Go ahead. Thank you, Veronica.
Okay. Thank you. It was cutting off a little bit on my end. And with me also is Elizabeth Okiki Van Baden from Kaboom. So first of all, I would like to thank the court, the administration, including budget, grants, county attorneys, our public works department, especially Norma Rivera Palacios and Lydia Arias, and our amazing Parks and Recreation Department staff. It takes all of us in the county having the same vision, the same desire, the same passion for serving our community to make all of these projects that we do possible. And along with just us meeting, our adopting, soon to adopt our new Parks and Recreation Master Plan, which is the theme is great parks for everyone. And that's what we want to ensure. With that, I would like to start the presentation.
The first slide is up, Veronica.
Thank you. Let me see. I'm not able to see it all. Okay. First, I would like to bring up the county strategic plan, the items that we will cover with this grant, including increasing tourism, improving our infrastructure, again, ensuring equal access to great parks, collaboration and engagement. Again, we are working with a lot of partners to make this project happen, including Horizon View Community Improvement Association, who has donated the property for the building of a park, Clint ISD, who has committed to maintaining the park, and Texas A&M AgriLife to build a garden in the park. And our major partner, Kaboom, who we have been working with on previous projects and grants. Next slide, please. And then the master plan, statistically valid survey. Again, all the high-ranking overall and by district, the priority rating for the program investment of high ranking overall and by district was fitness and wellness. Again, children and their families playing in playgrounds, multi-sport courts, adventure courses, flat fields using accessible outdoor fitness equipment, and hike and bike trails that are safe, challenging, and accessible for all, no matter their race, ethnicity, zip code, or family income, will improve their fitness and wellness. Next slide, please. The master plan recommendation and court action. So this park was one of the goals for the master plan to ensure that we had system growth, equitable access to parks and recreational facilities and opportunities to all El Paso County residents. And so Horizon View Estates is in one of those areas where we need a park, that community needs a park. And then the court's action on June 7th to accept the donation of the property to build a park. Next slide, please. And here's a location map of where the park is, and also the radius of how far each county park is from this new county park, where this new county park will be. Next slide, please. This is a conceptual plan for the park. So this will be for phase 1 of Horizon View Park. It'll include a hike and bike trail, a playground, 2 multi-sport courts, an adventure course, and accessible outdoor fitness equipment. And all of this will be built. All of those amenities will be built with Kaboom. Soccer flat fields, picnic shelters, lighting, a pavilion, which the community really wanted because they're holding their meetings out there right now. So they wanted a place where they could hold their community meetings. A garden of the community's choice, native landscaping, trash receptacles, and pet waste stations. Next slide, please. And here's a picture of some of the amenities and what they look like, what we're considering. And this is just a conceptual, just so that you all will have an idea. Next slide, please. And then again, building it with Kaboom model. And this is where I would love Elizabeth to join in, but here's some pictures of our success that we had in building the Coyote Park in Tornillo. And this May, we just got awarded another 1.3 million to bring 6 of our parks to industry standards. And that's a lot of basketball courts, 5 multi-sport courts, that's 2 playgrounds, that's 3 adventure courts, 3 skate parks, renovating all of them and bringing them to industry standards. So we are very proud and very happy of our collaboration and partnership with Kaboom. Elizabeth?
Thank you, Veronica, and good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Thank you so much for having us today. We are so pleased and proud to be here in support of this application, and especially Veronica, her team, the community members that we have been able to work with in the El Paso County community, such as at Tornillo Park, has just been so formative for our national organization based here in Washington, D.C., but working across all 50 states and Puerto Rico. This work is part of a 5-year initiative that we have engaged with the county on to really meet the needs of kids in your community who don't have access to play right now or not readily accessible access to play. So we are committed to raise the funds to match this gift through Texas Park and Wildlife Department's grant program. And we are very much looking forward to hopefully being selected, as with the last round of funding, and working with even more community members, and especially kids, to build these play spaces in your communities. So thank you so much for having us today.
Well, thank you, Elizabeth. You've been a great partner throughout this whole process. But Veronica, are we, we've said that we'd commit to, full accessibility, sort of what we have at the other parks. So what component, what are we doing to make sure that it's accessible to every child or to every grandparent, or as we have with Gallegos and some of the others? So are we taking that concept into consideration? Veronica?
Absolutely, we are. And we are absolutely taking that concept into consideration in our parks. And that's why we're building an all-accessible outdoor fitness equipment area that'll be for all ages. And so people in wheelchairs can drive right into it and get their fitness in. Of course, our hike and bike trail, there'll be a parking lot that'll be ADA accessible, so that from the parking lot all the way into all of these areas, people in a wheelchair, people that are that need access can get to them. And also we're adding the cognitive and sensory panels to some of the playground equipment as well, so that children that not only are physically disabled but also have cognitive or sensory disabilities may be able to enjoy these play spaces.
Thank you very much. And it's been so heartfelt as we've doing the ground opening on the other parks, Ressinger and Scarlet and Gallegos. As we said, there shouldn't be any park or anything that we do going forward that doesn't take that into consideration. It's very, when we say equal access, we don't only mean that people can get to it, but everyone can get into the park and enjoy it. So we thank you for that commitment.
We also don't want any other children. I heard this morning, this young child playing out there, building their own basketball court with a can of paint and, a stick. This is why we do what we do, to ensure that everyone has a great park.
That's our lane here in the county. I mean, we access to anything that anybody else has. They should have the same. So thank you for that. Any other further discussions? Yes, Commissioner Robinson.
Judge, may I make a comment?
Just Commissioner Robinson and Commissioner Holguin. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Judge, commissioners, and all listening, we've came a long way as far as the county park system is concerned. I recall there was a discussion a few years ago in regards to the county doing away with parks. One, because they were not prior to Veronica. There was not a concerted effort to maintain the parks in a good state, number one. And number two, there was not anyone that they felt was professional enough and knew what they were doing as far as operating and maintaining the parks. So I had to give kudos to Veronica for coming over from the city over to the county as far as in her role as a parks director now. But what my concern is that the amount of money that we have in our budget for parks versus the grants that we receive. Veronica, do you have any idea what is the limit that we have now with what they have in regards to the state parks and wildlife, the grants that they give out?
I'm sorry, Commissioner, can you please repeat your question?
The grants that we receive from the Parks and Wildlife, is there a limit on how many we can receive in 1 year?
Yes, you can receive one in the urban outdoor grant, and then you can receive one in recreation trails grants. So there's different ones, and you can apply for all of them, but you will only be granted one in each of the categories. And you have to maintain your commitment and your reporting and all of the grant requirements for us to continue to be eligible. And one of the biggest things that as well is our master plan. And so we've done, I just can't thank the county enough for all their support, because we've done amazing. And they've said that we've really raised the standard in Texas for our grants here in El Paso. So thank you all for your support.
How many categories are there?
How many
categories?
Categories?
Yes.
I want to say there's 5 categories. There's one in programming, one in recreation trails, one in local parks, and in the recreation trails there's 2. There's one for regular recreation trails, and then there's one for off-highway vehicle trails. So it's split up in 2. And then the local urban outdoor, and then there's the non-urban as well. And then there's outdoor and indoor. And this year, with this grant, FY22, they're only sponsoring outdoor recreation activities. And I'm sure that this is due to the COVID, in response to COVID and people, the huge demand in our parks across the nation and across the world, and people getting outdoors. And so all of these grants will be for outdoor recreation this year.
Okay, so you said you could apply for all categories, but you only apply one grant per year for one category.
So no, we've been very successful, and what we've been doing is we apply for both. We apply for the local parks urban outdoor grant, and we've also been applying for the recreation trails for the off-highway vehicle park especially. But we've been fortunate enough to not only be funded for that, but we also got funded for the recreation trail that we're going to build at Ascarate to connect the community to the park. So we usually apply for both. And there's a couple that we have not received, but we have received some others. So we apply for both. We did for a programming grant, but we really don't have a programming staff. Did not get awarded that grant, so our department grows a little bit more and get some more staffing in that we can, so for us to operate some more programming. And we're also coordinating with community services so that we can start again doing our own first and then grow bigger. So we can start using some of the community services facilities that we have and work on some grants to provide some staff for the facilities and have some maybe after school programming or summer programming in the future, and then we can apply again for the programming grants. And those we don't have to just use TPWD. We can also use National Recreation Park Association, the Paso del Norte Health Foundation. There's many other programming grants as well available for that.
Betsy, I recall that we were able to use community development funds for parks and recreation projects. Does that fit? I'm speaking from the standpoint when I was at the city. We had a lot of projects that we did, and we used dollars from the community development fund for that purpose. Does that apply here?
No, sir.
No?
No, sir, we do not have access to the community development grants.
Can we go take some away from? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Veronica.
Yes.
And it makes sense on this outdoor, you know, as we've said before, it's something they can't take away from us, independent of any virus, independent. We can go outdoors. That was sort of such a big salvation for us. And I mean, we didn't have everything that we needed, but looking forward just to know that there's so many outdoor activities that won't prevent us from continuing to socialize and you know, mental well-being going forward. So it's very understandable, but very, you know, thank you for this effort. Do you have any further discussions? Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Holguin.
Judge.
I apologize.
Thank you, Judge. Not a problem. I just really wanted to thank Veronica and Norma and everyone at the Public Works Department and our County Attorney's Office for the tremendous effort that they've and work, just hours and hours and hours of work that they've put into making this park a reality. If y'all remember, we heard from residents of this colonia outside of Horizon City back in June, where they told us that they've literally been praying for this park for 30 years. And this piece of land has been there just waiting to become a park. And they were so happy when the court gave the Parks Department, Public Works, the authority to move forward. I think one of the things that makes this project so special is that it is a collaboration with so many different entities. You have the Horizon Community Improvement Association, who donated the land, Clint ISD, who recognizes the value of this park and has committed to helping to maintain it, Texas A&M AgriLife, of course, our wonderful partner, Kaboom. I mean, this is such an opportunity to provide a beautiful outdoor space to this community who's been hoping and praying for a park there in that area for so many years. So I just wanted to thank everyone. Veronica, thank you so much. I know that you worked incredibly hard to get this grant application done so that it could be submitted in time. The design is beautiful. I know that the community is going to love it. As you mentioned, they meet at this park. They're a very active neighborhood association. They meet monthly in this vacant land where they keep hoping their park is going to be. And it's not suitable for meeting. It's full of trash and debris and just dirt and weeds. But that's where they choose to meet, because they've never lost that hope that they're going to get a park there in their neighborhood. So I just wanted to thank Veronica. I wanted to thank Norma, everyone in the County Attorney's Office, all of our community partners, Clint ISD, HCIA, Kaboom, for this tremendous, tremendous effort. And I really do hope that the court will lend its support to submitting this grant application today. Thank you. With that, I'm going to move to approve.
Second.
Thanks, Commissioner Holguin and the court. With that, I'll just go to the last slide so that we can show you the match. And there's the total project cost. It'll be an almost $3 million project, and we'll be asking for a county cash match in FY23 and FY24, and then of $997,984, And then Kaboom cash donation is going to be $470,874 over 3 years, plus the volunteer hours of 28,790. And then Texas A&M America Life, $2,140 in volunteer hours. So the match will be almost 1.5 million amongst us three. And then Texas Parks and Wildlife, the other almost 1.5 million. Last slide. With that, we'd like to ask for.
We have a motion by Commissioner Olguin and a second by Judge Samaniego.
That's correct.
Commissioner Holguin,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Great work. Aye.
Thank you.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
And Veronica, thank you for that, that moving forward in that accessibility, but also this community-driven focus, where they're involved and they participate, and it has been so successful that, they keep an eye on their parks, so they feel it's part of who they are. So thank you for that commitment to, I think before we thought that we knew what they wanted and we'd give it to people, and now we're asking them, and then we're allowing them to be part of it. So that's really a huge part of your success. Thank you. Aye.
Thank you for your continued support. And again, we can't thank Kaboom enough for their community engagement expertise. Through them, I mean, just recently we got, thanks to Kaboom, we were connected with Aliviana, and they're ecstatic to have their teenagers build the adventure course over at Gallegos Park and be part of it and continue to program and help those teenagers. So we're very excited about those partnerships, and we hope that happens. We hope to follow that model throughout the county.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
Thank you.
Thank you for being with us and for your partnership. Thank you, Elizabeth.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, have a great afternoon.
Thank you.
Item number 25, approve and authorize the county judge to sign the Rio Grande Council of Governments and Texas Commission on Environmental Quality Solid Waste Cleanup Projects grant applications and related documents on behalf of the Public Works Department for the Westway, Gallegos Park, Fabens, East Montana, El Rocio Yard area projects in the amount of $25,200 from September 1st, 2021 to August 31st, 2022. No county matches required. Contract numbers 2021-0749, 2021-0745, 2021-0746, 2021-0748, and 2021-0747.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. Norma Rivera Palacios with the Public Works Department. The item before you is to request the court's authorization to apply for grants to supplement the county community cleanup funds. If awarded, the funds will be used for 5 of our community cleanups scheduled for the month of June 2022. I'm requesting the court's approval, and I'm here to answer any questions the court might have.
Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners. You all have a good evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Keller, would you like to continue with the next couple of items on the agenda?
Yes, if we could do items number 26 and 27, and then we'll ask that the court go to executive session before coming out to complete the remainder.
Perfect. Thank you for that, Betsy.
Item number 26 from Budget and Finance. Approve and authorize the capital improvement interim request for the Sheriff's Department for the purchase and replacement of the jail annex surveillance system. Further approve the reallocation of funding from the CP Improvement 01 Miscellaneous to CIP 21 Sheriff's Office Jail Annex INT 19 renovations for the Jail Annex Surveillance System.
Judge,
Good
Commissioners.
afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. This is Danielle Chavez from the Office of Budget and Fiscal Policy. This is an interim request requesting to transfer $214,614 out of the miscellaneous category and specifically the CIP 21 for the needed improvement at the jail annex. We are asking for your favorable consideration and we are available for any questions that you might have.
Betsy, were you going to comment?
I was just going to address that this addresses some of the concerns that we've discussed with the court where we need to get all of our systems working together. So this will help us address that. It's a critical need.
Thank you, Betsy.
Move to approve.
Second?
Commissioner Holguin,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
We've got cost estimates.
This is the actual quote. Yes, sir.
Was that, okay, aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Item number 27, approve and authorize the fiscal year 2022 capital improvement plan allocations. Upon adoption of the budget, funding is available in general fund, general administrative, transfer out, small capital, 1 cent, and CIP improvement 01 miscellaneous. Further approve the reallocation of funds into the appropriate accounts.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Danielle Chavez again from the Office of Budget and Fiscal Policy. The court received a presentation on the FY22 Capital Improvement Plan allocation during the budget hearings on August 11th. I will provide a recap of that presentation.
Stand by.
Next slide. So this first slide shows you our capital revenue by source. With a 10.1 million proposed budget, this is a 1.8 million increase from what we had last year. Next slide, please. This slide shows expenditures for each year. These expenditures consist of capital projects that were funded out of the CIP penny, as well as from our 2007, 2012, and 2016 bond funds. Next slide, please. This slide provides you with the historical adopting budgets, starting with FY14 through FY21, and the recommended budget for FY22. As a reminder, capital projects are an all-years fund, which means they are budgeted in the original year of appropriation, and budgets carry forward until the funds are fully exhausted and the project is closed. Next slide, please. This slide shows expenditures and budgets. These expenditures and budgets come from capital projects from our 2007, 2012, and 2016 bonds, as well as the CIP fund. Fiscal year 22 budget is only comprised of the general fund transfer into the county CIP fund. Other capital funds are ongoing budgets for those projects which are ongoing, such as the renovation of the newly purchased downtown Raymond Tejas building. This slide looks like we have a huge decrease, but that's not the case. This is due to FY21 and FY22 only showing budget amounts, as again, we only appropriate the year that we only budget for the year that we are appropriating funds. Next slide, please. The overall requests for FY22 were just over $43 million, 17 million of which fall into the bond category due to the nature of the request. 18.9 million of the requests were eligible for consideration. In addition, 6.5 million that fall in the ongoing replacement category. The middle of the slide, you will see how the 11.4 million allocation this year would be allocated. Even though we are only budgeting 10.1 million, we are requesting to allocate 11.4 million. These numbers are made possible due to the cuts that were made during the pandemic. At the bottom of the slide are the needs that are unmet and will have to be considered at a later time. And just as a reminder, even though we're only budgeting the 10.1 million, we are requesting to allocate the 11.4 million. We're meeting just over 26% of the request under this model. Next slide, please. This is a pictorial representation of how the requests look as percent by type. You can see that facilities and infrastructure is the largest component, followed by fleet and large capital. This illustrates the demand of the type of assets we use in our day-to-day activities. Next slide, please. This last slide is an overview by department of the CIP penny annual allocation that we are recommending for FY22. That concludes my presentation. If there are no questions, we are asking the court to approve and authorize the fiscal year 2022 capital improvement plan allocation.
Anyone? If not, move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Judge and Commissioners. Have a great afternoon.
Likewise, thank you.
At this time, Commissioners Court will recess into executive session to discuss items 31A through 31C.
Just a
pursuant
second.
to Texas
Mr.
Government
Nava?
Code, Section 551.071 and 551. Yes.
Hi, Mr. Nava, this is Christina Sanchez, Assistant County Attorney, County Judge Commissioners. For item 28, we'd ask that we pull that into executive session pursuant to 551.071 to receive legal advice and consultation. That's only for item number 28, so that needs to be included in this executive session.
Would you like to take a motion for that, Ms. Sanchez?
Yes, please.
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Commissioners Court will now recess into executive session to discuss items 31A through 31C and item number 28 pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071 and 551.074. Commissioners Court will reconvene to take official action.
Most of us have pets, and we know that we have to take care of them and give them a home with love. But when our resources are not enough, we need to find out a better life for them. Fortunately, here in El Paso, the Animal Welfare Department is here to help. Every morning, the officers of the El Paso County Animal Welfare Department get into their trucks and set off for different parts of the county to help citizens with their pets.
My main job is to protect, capture, and care for animals, educate the community,
We do everything from our trucks. We do foster transportations. We do adoptions. We do microchipping.
El Paso County is one of the largest counties in the state of Texas, and its animal welfare department has only 8 officers to cover all the land outside the city.
The county is very big in terrain. It's bigger than the city, actually, but the houses are kind of sporadic. It's a lot of terrain to cover.
Today's mission is to collect some puppies and a little pig on the outskirts of the county.
Es un bebito, ¿verdad?
Tiene un mes, 2 semanas.
From a man who no longer has enough resources to support them. In 2020, the Animal Welfare Department rescued a total of 1,769 animals, of which 231 were returned to their owners and 418 were adopted. After giving the men information about the spayed and neutered services, Heriberto takes the puppies and the little pig to a shelter on the other side of the county, where they will find a family for them.
The name of the rescue here is Almost Home, and it's a big foster affiliate of ours. They help us a lot with our transition, so these dogs don't set foot at the shelter, at the animal services.
After leaving the animals in good hands, Heriberto drives away to a new mission.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
Most of us have pets, and we know that we have to take care of them and give them a home with love. But when our resources are not enough, we need to find out a better life for them. Fortunately, here in El Paso, the Animal Welfare Department is here to help. Every morning, the officers of the El Paso County Animal Welfare Department get into their trucks and set off for different parts of the county to help citizens with their pets.
My main job is to protect, capture, and care for animals, educate the community. We do everything from our trucks. We do foster transportations. We do adoptions. We do microchipping.
El Paso County is one of the largest counties in the state of Texas, and its Animal Welfare Department has only 8 officers to cover all the land outside the city.
The county is very big in terrain. It's bigger than the city, actually, but the houses are kind of sporadic. It's a lot of terrain to cover.
Today's mission is to collect some puppies and a little pig on the outskirts of the county.
Es un bebito, ¿verdad?
Tiene un mes, 2 semanas.
From a man who no longer has enough resources to support them. In 2020, the Animal Welfare Department rescued a total of 1,769 animals, of which 231 were returned to their owners and 418 were adopted. After giving the men information about the spayed and neutered services, Heriberto takes the puppies and the little pig to a shelter on the other side of the county, where they will find a family for them.
The name of the rescue here is Almost Home, and it's a big foster affiliate of ours. They help us a lot with our transition, so these dogs don't set foot at the shelter, at the animal services.
After leaving the animals in good hands, Heriberto drives away to a new mission.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive, We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
Most of us have pets, and we know that we have to take care of them and give them a home with love. But when our resources are not enough, we need to find out a better life for them. Fortunately, here in El Paso, the Animal Welfare Department is here to help. Every morning, the officers of the El Paso County Animal Welfare Department get into their trucks and set off for different parts of the county to help citizens with their pets.
My main job is to protect, capture, and care for animals, educate the community. We do everything from our trucks. We do foster transportations. We do adoptions. We do microchipping.
El Paso County is one of the largest counties in the state of Texas, and its Animal Welfare Department has only 8 officers to cover all the land outside the city.
The county is very big in terrain. It's bigger than the city, actually, but the houses are kind of sporadic. It's a lot of terrain to cover.
Today's mission is to collect some puppies and a little pig on the outskirts of the county.
Es un bebito, ¿verdad?
Tiene un mes, 2 semanas.
From a man who no longer has enough resources to support them. In 2020, the Animal Welfare Department rescued a total of 1,769 animals, of which 231 were returned to their owners and 418 were adopted. After giving the men information about the spayed and neutered services, Heriberto takes the puppies and the little pig to a shelter on the other side of the county, where they will find a family for them.
The name of the rescue here is Almost Home, and it's a big foster affiliate of ours. They help us a lot with our transition, so these dogs don't set foot at the shelter, at the animal services.
After leaving the animals in good hands, Heriberto drives away to a new mission.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive, We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
Most of us have pets, and we know that we have to take care of them and give them a home with love. But when our resources are not enough, we need to find out a better life for them. Fortunately, here in El Paso, the Animal Welfare Department is here to help. Every morning, the officers of the El Paso County Animal Welfare Department get into their trucks and set off for different parts of the county to help citizens with their pets.
My main job is to protect, capture, and care for animals, educate the community. We do everything from our trucks. We do foster transportations. We do adoptions. We do microchipping.
El Paso County is one of the largest counties in the state of Texas, and its Animal Welfare Department has only 8 officers to cover all the land outside the city.
The county is very big in terrain. It's bigger than the city, actually, but the houses are kind of sporadic. It's a lot of terrain to cover.
Today's mission is to collect some puppies and a little pig on the outskirts of the county.
Es un bebito, ¿verdad?
Tiene un mes, 2 semanas.
From a man who no longer has enough resources to support them. In 2020, the Animal Welfare Department rescued a total of 1,769 animals, of which 231 were returned to their owners and 418 were adopted. After giving the men information about the spayed and neutered services, Heriberto takes the puppies and the little pig to a shelter on the other side of the county, where they will find a family for them.
The name of the rescue here is Almost Home, and it's a big foster affiliate of ours. They help us a lot with our transition, so these dogs don't set foot at the shelter, at the animal services.
After leaving the animals in good hands, Heriberto drives away to a new mission.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive, We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
Most of us have pets, and we know that we have to take care of them and give them a home with love. But when our resources are not enough, we need to find out a better life for them. Fortunately, here in El Paso, the Animal Welfare Department is here to help. Every morning, the officers of the El Paso County Animal Welfare Department get into their trucks and set off for different parts of the county to help citizens with their pets.
My main job is to protect, capture, and care for animals, educate the community. We do everything from our trucks. We do foster transportations. We do adoptions. We do microchipping.
El Paso County is one of the largest counties in the state of Texas, and its Animal Welfare Department has only 8 officers to cover all the land outside the city.
The county is very big in terrain. It's bigger than the city, actually, but the houses are kind of sporadic. It's a lot of terrain to cover.
Today's mission is to collect some puppies and a little pig on the outskirts of the county.
Es un bebito, ¿verdad?
Tiene un mes, 2 semanas.
From a man who no longer has enough resources to support them. In 2020, the Animal Welfare Department rescued a total of 1,769 animals, of which 231 were returned to their owners and 418 were adopted. After giving the men information about the spay and neuter services, Heriberto takes the puppies and the little pig to a shelter on the other side of the county, where they will find a family for them.
The name of the rescue here is Almost Home, and it's a big foster affiliate of ours. They help us a lot with our transition, so these dogs don't set foot at the shelter, at the animal services.
After leaving the animals in good hands, Heriberto drives away to a new mission.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive, We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
Go ahead. Cesar, are you there? Go ahead, Cesar.
Okay, ready?
Yes.
Commissioners Court has reconvened into regular open session. Item number 31B from executive session, discuss personnel matter and legal claims regarding the Justice of the Peace Precinct 5 pursuant to Texas Government Code Sections 551.071 and 551.074. Could we please have a motion to delete this item?
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego,
Aye.
motion carries. Item number 28 from Budget and Finance. Pursuant to the Texas Local Government Code, Section 152.016C, discuss and take action on the recommendation from the Salary Grievance Committee for the proposed annual salary, expenses, or allowances for the Justice of the Peace Precinct 5. If approved by the Commissioners Court, this recommended increase would take effect on October 1st, 2021, upon the adoption of the county budget.
Christina,
Good afternoon,
please.
Judge and Commissioners. I would defer to Betsy on this.
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Garza. This is Christina Sanchez, Assistant County Attorney. Good afternoon, County Judge, Commissioners. For this item, based on the conversation in executive session, it is my understanding that the court would like to entertain the following motion, which is after due consideration of the Salary Grievance Committee and all other information to provide it to the Commissioners Court up to August the 23rd, 2021, that the court would like to consider to set the salary for the Justice of the Peace Precinct 5, Judge John Chapman, at the amount set by the Commissioners Court at $88,916.47 for fiscal year 21 through 22. And so that would be the proposed motion for the court.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego,
Aye.
motion carries.
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, we have someone in the audience, Mr. George Andristos. He's the attorney for Mr. Judge John Chapman. He asked to speak to the court. Would you like to?
Absolutely. Does he need to sign up or anything like that?
Yes,
or-
sir. He
Yeah,
needs to sign
go-
up for public comment.
Yes, sir. You can go ahead and sign up.
Judge. Reconsider to allow him to speak.
Judge, I'm going to ask you to reconsider that last vote. I've been here since 9 o'clock this morning, waiting to address commissioners. Ms. Sanchez was well aware that I was here to address commissioners on this specific issue before a vote was taken. She asked me to leave during your executive session. Otherwise, I would have stayed in and addressed you specifically on this matter. It's extremely important for you all to understand what is happening.
I make a motion that we reconsider to allow him to speak.
Second.
Sure, go ahead. Thank you, sir.
It was a motion to reconsider the item by Commissioner Robinson and a second by Commissioner Stout.
Caesar?
Commissioner Holguín,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Good afternoon, commissioners.
Excuse me, sir. Judge, you going, like we do with all speakers, the time limit?
He was just saying that since he's speaking under public comment, that we need to let him know that he has 5 minutes to speak.
I'll be brief, and I will not go beyond 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Commissioner Holguín, we can see you. Commissioner Leon, Stout, Robinson, and County Judge. As I said, I've been waiting since 9 o'clock this morning. The judge saw me this morning. I've been in contact with Ms. Sanchez just to be given an opportunity to address Commissioners Court on this very important issue involving the grievance filed by Judge Chapman that affects his salary going forward for the fiscal year. As you know, in August, he was sent notification that he was the only justice of the peace out of the 8 justices to not be considered for an annual increase. He was singled out. He was identified specifically by his court at his salary rate and identified as the only justice of the peace that would not be given a raise. He then proceeded to grieve that decision on very short notice. He was represented by Mr. Howard, and the grievance committee, in an overwhelming decision, voted 7-9 to not take, for the commissioners not to take the action they proposed by not giving him a salary increase, and to in fact increase his salary in accordance with the other salary increases that were given to the other justices. That was a 3.8% raise. I come before you asking you to give that the due consideration that it deserves. We know that at that grievance hearing, a decision of that magnitude carries significant weight. It is reflective of what a jury of El Paso citizens would do if presented the same question at trial. Those are citizens sitting in judgment to decide and hear the evidence presented, and they decided in Judge Chapman's favor. You all were presented earlier this year with the information and evidence concerning the claims already filed by Judge Chapman for discrimination and retaliation. You are aware of those claims. Taking further action against Judge Chapman would be significant, compelling evidence of further adverse action. I implore you, I ask you to please give it the due consideration this decision deserves. Judge Chapman, like most of us, has had a very challenging year during the pandemic. He has been forced to operate or attempt to operate with less than half his staff for much of the year and continues to do his job. He deserves due consideration. He deserves to be treated the same as other employees of the county. He should not be identified or targeted. And further action is indicative and absolutely strong evidence presented in a court of law of a decision that is discriminatory in nature and in violation of the laws that protect every citizen of this county. I ask you, please, give this some thought. And I do take exception that I was asked to stay all day and then not given the chance to speak to you. I think that's indicative too of what's happening. Thank you.
Joanne or Christina, can you guide us of any discussions or, I know I can't rebuttal public
make a
comment.
motion if you wish at this time, or if you'd like to make comments. It's up to you, Commissioners Court, what you would like to do at this point. Would you like me to read the
Commissioners, any-
proposed motion?
Comments?
If the first motion that I made, I'll make that motion again.
Okay, and just for the record, I see Commissioner Robinson, you had your hand up.
Yes, you want to comment, Commissioner?
Yeah, I just, if it's
Into the mic a little.
permissible to ask a question, the comment was just made by the attorney representing, I assume, by discrimination and that we targeted him, that we singled him out. That's far from being the truth. And without mentioning names, he's not the first one that we've done the same thing that this court has had to take action on. There have been several in the past. So to say that he's being singled out is totally not true at all.
The only comment I have is that we just did not take this lightly. I mean, this has been an ongoing discussion. We spend a lot of time on executive session and before this several times. We've had opportunities to speak to Judge Chapman in different occasions, and so I just don't want the public to feel that this was a frivolous, attempt or singling out or anything like that, because I can tell you, with my background in HR, I made sure that we asked the right questions, that we found out what was going on, that we understood the situation to get to the point to make this determination. It was definitely not something about, singling out or trying to make a rash, decision. I feel that we did everything possible and gave every opportunity to be able to come to this agreement. And we did consider the committee, and we considered their decision and considered the process that took place, but only as one of the elements of a lot of other elements that we had to take into consideration to get to this point. So once again, I think in my behalf, we came to this agreement with a lot of information, a lot of things that we had to think through. And I don't think that by being asked to reconsider would change our mind based on everything we've done to get to this point. So that's my point at this time.
One last comment. Of all the JPs that we have in this county, we spent more time on Judge Chapman than we had to spend on all the JPs combined, as far as the issues that we had to take in consideration as far as based on the decision that we made. So based on that, I will second the motion by Commissioner Leon.
Commissioner, yeah.
And I just wanted to say that I think it's unfair of Mr. Andritzos to accuse us of being discriminatory because you didn't sign up to speak in public comment like every other member of the public is required to if they want to speak. I don't know why you think you deserve to have special treatment by our staff and have them cater to you when I think you know full well how the process works. And, we were kind enough to actually reconsider and listen to your comments. We did not have to. So, thank you.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second.
Would you like for me to read the proposed
Yes, please.
motion?
Please,
Okay, so
Christina.
it would be County Judge Commissioners, after due consideration of the Salary Grievance Committee and all other information provided to the Commissioners Court up to August the 23rd, 2021, the motion would be to set the salary of the Justice of the Peace, Precinct 5, Judge John Chapman, at the amount set by the Commissioners Court at $88,916.47 for fiscal year 21 through 22. That would be the motion.
And I'll acknowledge what you just mentioned as my motion.
You've got a second from Commissioner Robbins.
Yes, sir. Commissioner Holguin.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Go ahead, Caesar.
Item number 29. We do have a correction to read in for this item per the County Administration Department. Item number 29, pursuant to the Texas Local Government Code, Section 111.067, copy attached. Conduct a public hearing on the proposed El Paso County budget for the fiscal year beginning October 1st, 2021 and ending September 30th, 2022. Further adopt the fiscal year 22 through 26 strategic plan. Could we please have a motion to open a public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Judge, Commissioners, for your public hearing and before we present and adopt the budget and strategic plan for the next year, we want to take some time to look back at the past 18 months to share this information with the public. And as we look back, we know these past 18 months have been complex and often unorthodox. For the first time in more than 100 years, the county's hallways and offices were quiet and mostly empty. Temperature checks were required to enter the courthouse, and a majority of our county employees were ordered to work from home as a stay-home, work-safe order was put in place because of the pandemic that gripped the world, the nation, and our community.
We begin with breaking news about the coronavirus.
Fast-breaking developments in the coronavirus emergency in the U.S. and around the world. The number of cases soaring just today.
The warning from the CDC, the coronavirus is spreading so quickly around the globe.
When the pandemic hit, we at the county did what we do best. We went to work. We used this past year to become more efficient, to improve, and to enhance and even increase the services we provide to our constituents. We worked from old warehouses, from our homes, from our cars, from parking lots. We worked from anywhere we could set up a laptop and log on to the internet. We also came into the office if needed. All of this was made possible because within weeks of the first stay-home, work-safe order, our information technology department had just about every county employee who could working remotely. And many of our most vital departments could not work remotely. They continued providing essential services like patrol, detention, medical investigation, maintenance, and other critical services. They were and are our frontline heroes. The pandemic did not slow us down. Employees continued to meet on a daily basis on Teams. The Commissioners Court never skipped a meeting. The county strategic plan moved forward. Within 2 days of the first stay-home order, Community Services changed its existing senior meal program from in-person to delivery or pickup. They also added 600 more users to the program, and in the mailboxes they delivered, they began to add essential supplies such as toilet paper. The county also began working with El Pasoans Fighting Hunger to expand their services and locations. An emergency rent and utility assistance program was launched to deploy $4.7 million in grant funding to assist individuals. The county also provided approximately $1 million in funeral assistance for families that lost a loved one. To help Colonia residents, we used a $280,000 grant from Texas Department of Agriculture to provide food assistance to those affected by COVID. We partnered with the City of El Paso to open the COVID Emergency Welcome Center for the homeless, which resulted in a remarkable 0% positivity COVID rate originating from the shelter. This prevented a catastrophic outbreak in the homeless community in El Paso. The county provided transportation to residents for COVID-19 testing and vaccination. The court worked with UMC and ESD number 2 and others to launch vaccination programs throughout the county. Commissioners Court created and our team staffed and coordinated the El Paso United COVID-19 Transition Task Force in partnership with the City of El Paso. This task force of medical and public health professionals provided policymakers with information and resources to guide decision-making. We provided personal protective equipment grants for small business through Hispanic Chamber Partnership. We allocated $10 million in funding for the Faster Economic Relief programs deployed using various community partners. Through it all, our medical examiner's office continued to be our shining star. A mere few months after the August 3rd attack, the office faced yet another monumental challenge as the COVID-19 pandemic tested its ability to respond to the rapidly rising death count throughout our community. The office, without hesitation, responded to the community to assist overwhelmed hospitals and funeral homes until families were able to proceed with funeral arrangements. The county established a decedent holding facility where over a 5-month period we processed, tracked, and managed over 1,000 decedents in an honorable and respectful manner. Special thanks must be given to Dr. Mario Rascon, Hopeton Staple, Irene Santiago, and Constable Precincts 1, 4, and 6, Office of Emergency Management, funeral homes, and numerous departments who made this operation successful. But not everything we did last year was COVID-related as our normal operations continued. And because of that, we won more performance awards than ever before. We started a new El Paso County Animal Welfare Department, which immediately opened a free spay-neuter pet wellness clinic. The Domestic Relations Office set a new record by collecting and dispersing more than $17 million in child support, medical support, and dental support for El Paso County families. The DRO also began offering new parenting classes online. Our Public Works Department continued with its stormwater master planning to alleviate flooding while also providing first-time water connections to hundreds of families that previously didn't have access to good, clean drinking water. Public Works engineers continued working on the restoration of the 100-year-old Casa Ronquillo project. Improvements at the Fabens Airport, the jails, and all of our parks are continuing. A parks master plan that will revitalize our community and provide accessibility to all is in progress. Our parks in partnership with the Commissioners Court and the County Judge held the first ever Night of Hope event for healthcare workers and a Together We Unite, Together We Heal event to honor the victims and families of the August 3rd mass shooting. Under the judge's vision and with the court's support, Public Works and Parks also completed the construction of the beautiful Healing Garden. This garden will forever be a beacon of hope and peace for our community and a symbol of what the county can do when we work as one. In consideration of time, these are only a portion of the major accomplishments for which we are extremely proud. Our county employees are dedicated to affecting lives in our community and are doing some of the most important work in history. They improve public health, wellness, and the economy. They make life safer and they respond to emergencies. They offer resources to help people reach their dreams. And they provide spaces and events to enrich our lives. The vision and leadership of the court through this budget and strategic plan, along with the drive and dedication of our employee family, are what provide energy, hope, and excitement on what we will be here presenting next year as we look back on what has been accomplished in fiscal year 2022. Judge, Commissioners, this leads us to the work the court has been doing over the past 9 months to create a budget and strategic plan to continue this work and move the county towards its vision of providing an extraordinary life for all. Today is the summation of the final budget and strategic plan the court has directed us to prepare for your approval. Next slide, please. We begin with just a few of the strategic items in your budget. You can see some of the significant ones on the slide, including your commitment of $11.5 million to our Stormwater Infrastructure Fund, $9 million for mobility projects, and over $5 million for road paving for upgrading infrastructure. Adding another $1 million to your Economic Impact Fund to make supporting transforming economic development, and almost $7 million for employee health and benefit cost to value the El Paso County family. Next slide, please. The FY 22-26 strategic plan includes 9 goals, 45 objectives, and over 120 milestone activities. Next slide, please. As you can see here on the slide, you see the summary of the vision, the mission, the core values, and the 9 goals, which include lead justice reform, transform economic development, increase tourism, upgrade infrastructure, promote collaboration and engagement, advance community support services, value the El Paso County family, strengthen financial health, and optimize internal processes. Before I close and turn over the presentation, I'd like to thank all of our county departments, elected officials, and our employees for everything they have done to be fiscally responsible while working to provide critical services that meet the needs of the community and advance the county's strategic plan. I'd like to express our appreciation to Melissa, Sam, and our HR team, Joanne and our legal team, our entire meeting management and county admin team, especially Ramon Bracamontes, who knows what I need sometimes even before I do. And I especially want to thank Jessica and our budget team, Frank, Danielle, Mackenzie, Aubrey, Aaron, and Berenice, who have navigated this process. For the first time in history, this actually makes me emotional. Wally is unable to be with us for this budget adoption, but I know he is as proud as I am of this team and their ability to take the budget across the finish line with the court today. And our thoughts and support are with Wally. And with that, I'm pleased to introduce Jessica Garza, who will provide our final budget overview today. Jessica?
Thank you, Betsy. Judge and commissioners, that was a wonderful video, Betsy. That was fantastic. Thank you so much for that. Can we go to the next slide, please? Thank you. On our first slide, we have an overview of the 2021 and 2022 tax rates. The court has adopted a tax rate for 2021 of 0.470181, which was the no new revenue tax rate. El Paso County makes up approximately 15% of the combined taxes paid by property owners for the purpose of this presentation, we selected El Paso Independent School District for our example. Depending on where a property is located in the county, an owner may pay more or less in total taxes based on the taxing entities of the area. The second graph provides our historical tax rate for the last 10 years. You will note that the tax rate remained level from 2015 through 2019, and again in 2020 and 2021. Next slide, please. At the time of the filing of the proposed budget on September 17th, the budget totaled for all funds $499.87 million. Personnel was $264.54 million. Operating costs were $209.64 million. Capital was $25.69 million. The general fund totaled $416.48 million. Special revenue was $49.49 million. Debt service, $19.9 million. Enterprise fund, $3.9 million. And capital projects, $10.1 million. Next slide, please. As per the court's request, the budget department received an updated revenue report from the auditor. So as of 9/21/21, the proposed budget includes an all fund total of $498.18 million. General fund, decreased to 414.5 million, and special revenue increased 0.31 million. The details of these changes will be filed with the adopted budget. The majority of the change came from the reduced amount of eligible reimbursement on the FASTER funds. Reimbursements to the general fund and fund balance from ARPA are still being discussed with the auditor and the county attorney. Next slide, please. Oops, sorry. This pie chart illustrates the breakdown of funding in the proposed budget with the updated figures from the auditor. The total budget is $498.17 million, or $498,174,997. You can see from the breakdown that the general fund makes up the majority of the funds at $414,475,761. Next slide, please. From this illustration, you can see that public safety makes up almost 33% of the proposed budget. General government is just over 32%. And at this time, I will turn the presentation back over to Ms. Keller.
Thank you, Jessica. In closing, next slide, please. In closing, Judge, Commissioners, we're so proud to present the court's FY22 budget, which includes a 6% increase to serve the needs of our community and our organization, as well as take care of our county family. As you can see, this is the lowest increase across several taxing entities for this coming year, and it is done with a no new taxes rate. With that, we would ask for any public comment or questions during the public hearing, and if there are none, then we'd ask the court to close the hearing and go to the actual adoption item.
Miguel, do we have anyone?
Judge, this is, we are currently in the Teams meeting that was published in the newspaper. There is nobody from the public in that meeting.
Thank you, Miguel. Move to close the meeting.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin?
I'm sorry, just before we vote, so if we had specific questions on the proposed budget, would we make those during the public meeting or when we're considering the next item?
It would be during the next item.
Okay, thank you. Then aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 30, with the correction to read in from the County Administration Department. Pursuant to Texas Local Government Code, Section 111.068, copy attached. Approve and adopt the attached County of El Paso annual operating budget for the fiscal year beginning October 1st, 2021 and ending September 30th, 2022. Further adopt the fiscal year 2022 to 2026 strategic plan.
Thank you.
Judge and Commissioners, before you is a summary of the general fund. The recap includes the adjustments to the revenue that was discussed earlier. It also includes the CIP that was approved earlier. The fund balance will adjust up and down as the fiscal year is closed out. And based on earlier actions, the budget will include or does already include the CIP that was adopted earlier. At this time, we would open up for any questions that the court may have.
Commissioner Holguin, we'll start with you.
Thank you, Judge. I just had a couple of questions. So in reviewing, and thank you for all of the information, so in reviewing the general and administrative account, and I don't know if y'all have your budget books in front of you, but I'm looking at page 95. So I'm looking at the category, the contingency unforeseen. I know that we didn't have any actuals in that category for FY20, but I'm wondering if we have an idea of what the actual is going to be for this current year for 2021.
And no, Jessica, I can answer that if you'd like.
Sure. Yes.
Those are unforeseen expenses. It's just basically a general reserve budgeted, because if we don't budget it, and these would be non-emergency but unforeseen issues. So we don't generally have a known or even an estimated amount. It is just basically a placeholder so that if there is an issue, there's funding available.
Yes, no, and I think we do need to have that category for unforeseen expenses. I guess what I'm just wondering is, so for this coming budget, we've included 21 million. So I guess I was just wondering what we base that on. Is that what we've spent in unforeseen expenses this current budget year? I'm just trying to figure out how we calculate that figure.
That, Jessica, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's our reserve.
Yes, that is calculated based on the policy of 90% of available remaining funds.
Okay, all right, that's exactly what I needed to know about that one. And then I just had another question under the economic development. So I'm looking at the impact fund. So I'm looking at page 143. Why does it show two economic impact funds with two separate amounts? Are they for different programs? The code is the same.
For the economic development, if you'll hold on just a moment, let me look that up.
I believe the one is our massive, I shouldn't say massive because we're still working to build it up. One is our economic impact fund to do a major community. So for example, we had a potential of attracting a very, very large company, but they wanted us to put in some major infrastructure, approximately $7 million worth. So we've been trying to build this fund up to $10 million to be able to attract one of those large companies where we would either do a large capital project with the funding to attract the company or some kind of workforce skills development. And then the other one is a departmental operation one, which is a smaller one. I'm trying to get to the same page that you're on my digital copy, Commissioner, but that's the difference. One is that major economic impact that the court directs us to use, and the other one is a department operational one.
Okay, no, that answers my question, Betsy, thank you. And then just my last question is, and again, now I'm looking at page 122 where we list some expenses for a mobile home park. I thought that at the very beginning of the year, we had sold that mobile home, are there two different mobile home parks that the county owned at one time?
No, ma'am, I believe that's the same mobile home park. Let me look at those expenses. At the time that they were, we just recently sold it. So at the time that they compiled the budget, those expenses may have been in there, but we have sold that mobile home park. Those funds will end up going back to fund balance.
Great. Okay,
And that is correct.
Thank you. And those were all of my questions, Judge.
Thank you, Commissioner Holguin. Any further questions? Anyone?
Very good questions. Thank you, Commissioner.
Judge, if I may, I want to clarify the two economic impacts. One of those is for the initiatives, and the second one is for the healthy food initiative. The smaller one is the healthy food.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Betsy, you want to formalize the
So with
actual
that,
motion?
yes, sir. I believe, do you have the motion?
All right, good afternoon, County Judge Commissioners. For item number 30, your motion would be to approve and adopt, just as it's presented in the attached County of El Paso annual operating budget for the fiscal year beginning October 1st, 2021 and ending on September 30th, 2022. And then that would be your first motion. And then the second motion would be to adopt the fiscal year 2022 through 2027 strategic plan.
And
But
there's a
two separate.
correction. There's a correction.
Okay.
It's supposed to be through the 2026 strategic plan.
Okay. Okay. So moved on that.
Second?
Commissioner Holguín,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
I just wanted to say really quickly that you know, our budget is a statement of our values as a county, and you know, during the budget session there were a few items with which I did have some concerns, and so I voted against those during the budget session. However, I do feel that overall the budget is very palatable for me, and so I'm going to vote to support it. You know, I'm happy with the fact that we are going to be continuing to improve our parks, including Ascarate Park. I'm happy that we're going to be able to fully fund the CIT crisis intervention team with the Sheriff's Department. I'm thankful that we were able to continue to fund the Healthy Food Financing Initiative through our Economic Development Impact Fund. I know that there was some discussion about the community IDs, and we have those in contingency, but I'm still happy that we may be able to move forward with that. Obviously, the water and wastewater services that we're going to be providing to folks that don't have access to that right now. You know, there's lots of growth in the community, and especially in the east and west side, east and western parts of the county, and services have lagged behind that development, and so it's important that we're investing in that. And then, of course, you know, I'm very appreciative to the court for having supported the idea of bringing our minimum wage up to a living wage for the first time in the history, I think, of El Paso County, and that was one that was very important to me. So I just wanted to say that nothing's ever perfect, but you know, I feel like this is a budget that I can support because of those reasons. So I'm voting aye. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Robinson.
I have some reservations, but overall, I like the budget, so yes.
Judge Samaniego.
No, I hope the public realizes it wasn't something that happened this year, but the way the Commissioners Court's been conducting themselves for the last 3 years, and being able to get a point to this point and be able to balance what we have to do because of COVID and the destruction it left, and also be able to focus on quality of life at the same time, and some of the basic needs. And so that balance, I really appreciate that we're so balanced in trying to do the best that we can, fiscally responsible, and just glad to be a part of this court and the work that they do to get to this point, and everyone else, all our team and Betsy and everything you do. And there's so much that we do over and above that would cost a lot of money if we didn't have the type of personnel that is always there to help us. I mean, it could be extremely expensive if the passion and they're wanting to make it better were not there. So thanks to all our county employees who carry out everything that we make decisions, but they carry them out. Very proud to be part of this county family. Aye.
And Judge and Commissioners, Betsy, I'm very proud of the fact that, as far as I know, up to today, we did not have to furlough one employee. So, we went through this
and many thanks.
That is still going on. Yeah. So I'm very proud of that fact. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Court.
Thank you, Commissioner.
And just many thanks to Betsy and to the budget team. I'm really sad that Wally isn't here either. He's definitely sorely missed and put a lot of work into this budget, and so. And I always have to say, anytime that we have disagreements or when we may not agree with certain things in the budget, it's not a reflection upon you all and your staff. It's just you all need to know that we really appreciate everything that you all do. So great job.
Thank you,
I know,
Commissioner.
Jessica, you'll carry it to Wally, our friend and, colleague in everything that we do. So we thank you for conveying that. Thank
Judge,
you.
the one group I forgot
Thank
who's
you.
extremely critical in all of this is the auditors team. We work so closely with them on
Yes.
that revenue, and so
Definitely.
also big thanks to them as well.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. And, sometimes we forget to recognize, but in our hearts, we know exactly who's there for us. So we thank you.
And the
Thank you.
folks sitting right next to you, Joanne,
called
Christina,
them.
thank you.
Yeah, thank you. All of your team, every time, every single day, every morning, every afternoon, weekends that I get to spend time. So thank you. So once again, a difficult situation, a lot of challenges, but I think we're ready for the task in a lot of different ways. So thank you.
And Judge, on that one, we need one more motion on this item to adopt the FY22 through FY26 County Strategic Plan.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
You got 5 seconds, even though there's 4 of us.
Commissioner Holguín,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson, Commissioner Robinson.
Yeah.
Aye.
There you go.
Thank you, sir.
Aye, aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. That completes all the items on our agenda today, Judge.
Well, thank you, and thank you, everybody, once again. The resolutions today, I've always said that, resolutions and recognizing individuals is such a big part of our Commissioner's Court, and always to highlight the incredible things that our community does every single day. So I want to thank everyone once again that you participate. Hope we see you every time we have a session, because it means a lot to us to have a wider audience and be able to get more people understand what we're trying to convey. A lot of great information, but also we get to your feedback. So thank you. And as always, our translators back there, we're always very happy to have you both with us. So thank you. And everyone else, thank you. Have a great week.
Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. This
Good night.
concludes today's meeting at 5:03 p.m.